He walks in, room starts melting, buttons open, trouble grin, everything starts second guessing. Everything leans toward him, cards up his sleeve, ideas blazing, laughs like he already won. Saves the night with one bad joke, then
eats life. A delayed design. Monster art eats life, eats you, eats everything.
Monster Earth devours everything. Do you? Do you? Do you? Do you? Do you? Do you want? Do you want to play? Do you want to play? Do you want to play? Demon! Roasting cockroaches on an open fire. The skies filled with crows soaring higher and higher. My ravens stand watchful on guard in a realm filled with dirty liars. I love my ravens and crows. I love my people. I love my people. I love my people.
Ravens and crows. Ravens and crows. Zombies and demons. We expose. We expose. Expose them.
Roasting cockroaches on an open fire. The skies filled with crows soaring higher and higher. My ravens stand watchful on guard in a realm filled with dirty liars. I love my ravens and crows. I love my people. I love my people. I love my people.
Ravens and crows. Ravens and crows. With zombies and demons. We dispose. We dispose. Dispose of them. Dispose of them. Roast them. steel don't lie. Thunder cracks, his name's the cry. The king is here, the king is here. Wild eyes blazing, nothing to fear. The king is here, the storm draws near. Power bleed, the choice is mad laughter rides a howling gale.
Ha ha ha!
Waves of fury, shields like scales. Bones break under the hammer's tail. Flesh and fear, both frail. The king is here, the king is here. Ravens feast, the end is near. The king is here, the storm is clear. Kneel in ashes, taste the spear. Crown of iron, dripping flame, carved by war, etched with pain. Ravens rise, they call his name. The king is here, forever reign. The king is here, forever reign. Forever reign.
Hello. Hello, everyone. Hello. This is a surprise live stream. I didn't think I was going to go live tonight, but I did decide to go live. I'm not feeling 100%. I'm still battling the flu or whatever this is and under the weather, but I've been gone for so long now. I haven't done a live stream here in quite a while, and I've been sleeping a lot. And I figured I'm awake and I'm feeling okay. I do have coughing fits and things like that, but I'll just mute myself. And I won't stay on too long and wear myself out or wear out my voice. But I just wanted to come on here and say hello to you. It is a respiratory illness as well, so could be pneumonia, I'm not sure. But anyway, I'm battling this. And it's another aspect of Hell Realm, obviously, getting sick and dealing with this kind of thing. But anyway, I have missed you all. And it's good to be on here. I wish I was feeling 100%. I can't do the laughter that I usually do. It just turns into triggering me to start coughing for some reason. My throat isn't sore, but anyway, I'm hanging in there and doing everything I can, trying everything people have suggested to feel better. And I'm not saying nothing is working, but nothing has gotten rid of the cough that I have. It's kind of a persistent, violent cough. Oh, hello. Somebody here says I have an obsession with the number 33. I like the number 33. Do you fear numbers? Unlucky? Hello, Enwi. Enwy 893. Unlucky 3077. What's with the number 77 in your name? That's a master number. Masons like the number 77. Unlucky. They also use the rabbit symbolism. Playboy, rabbit ears, MK Ultra. Are you part of MK Ultra because you have a little cartoon bunny? It just seems like you're a baby truther. No, I think maybe you're probably a Mason. I've been a truth speaker for decades, and I've exposed Masons, and I've exposed Martin Luther King and other huge Masons that are on the world stage with the sign of silence. Yeah, there's a lot you don't know, so maybe you should stick around instead of focusing on the number 33. If you're afraid of numbers, though, you're probably in the wrong place. Just like if you're afraid of colors. If you're afraid of black and white, my picture's black and white. That this is years old. If you're afraid of colors like the color red, the color blue, the color purple, the color yellow, are you afraid of everything? Or are you afraid of the yellow and red that McDonald's uses? You know, colors have symbols as well. You must be a baby truther. I think you are, because you're coming across like one, and I could spot baby truthers from a mile away. Usually, what they do is they ask ones like me that have made channels, YouTube channels for years, and exposed more fakes and shills and gatekeepers than you could shake a crucifix at. And this is what I deal with. I put 33 into so many things to filter out the baby truthers, to see if they're paranoid, because I don't want paranoid baby truthers around me. Like if I wear a blue t-shirt, I don't want people to say, oh, he's wearing blue. You got to get beyond that. You got to do better than that. You're in a hell realm system, and I'm trying to help you out spiritually. You, not individually, but humanity, we'll say in general. That's what I've spent thousands of hours trying to do, to get people to see what this place is. And it goes so much above Freemasons. They're middlemen. That's what they are. Politicians are Freemasons. Astronauts are Freemasons. Sorry about that. I'm getting stuffed up already. Anyway, I'm sorry. I'm going to try to mute myself as much as I can possibly remember. Welcome, baby truther. I don't know how you found my channel, but you did somehow. Somehow. I like people that want to learn, and I think a lot in this realm want to stay at a baby truther level. Are you an adult unlucky? Because this is an adults only channel. No children allowed here. This is not a daycare. I'm sorry that I don't remember you being here. I have 4,500 or so subscribers, something like that. So over the years, it's been thousands of people. Sorry I don't remember you.
Adult daycare. You've likely heard the term adult daycare. Well, I'm about to play you a video that I think encapsulates that phrase.
Today's my last day as a senior software engineer at Roblox, which means after 5 years, I can finally spill all the unfiltered office tea now that they can't fire me.
Oh, spill the tea. Right, straight off the bat, Roblox, I believe, is a game for children. Yeah, that gets children highly addicted, right? And senior software engineer, this lady, so that must command six-figure salary, if not seven. Why not?
Start every day at 9 a.m. at my favorite place, the buffet, of course. Free breakfast every single day. My go-to is congee, zero nutritional value, but it hits every time. Afterwards,
Right, hold up. Right, so she starts at 9 a.m. And does that mean that she started work at 9 a.m. or is she going straight in for the buffet at 9 a.m.? You can look at this stuff.
A stop at the coffee bar is mandatory. Look at this bear latte art. The Roblox baristas could literally quit and open a fire. A stop at the coffee bar is
You can look at this stuff. Going straight in for the buffet at 9 a.m. You can going straight in for the buffet
The buffet?
at 9 a.m. You can look at this stuff.
A stop at the coffee bar is mandatory. Look at this bear latte art. The Roblox baristas could literally quit and open a 5-star cafe. Then it's time for meetings because no tech job is complete without endless Zoom calls and scrolling Slack. Lunch.
Yeah, endless meetings, guys. Okay, it's just so super important. You could just imagine senior software executive at Roblox. Can you imagine the level of importance of those numerous meetings that she has as she goes to get a chocolate mocha latte drink at the bar?
Lunch is the dangerous part. We've got multiple cafeterias on campus, all with the best food I've ever seen at any tech company. I've definitely gained weight here, and my weakness was the sushi days or the clam linguine. Free food hits different.
What is this place? A breakfast buffet? Yeah? Followed by numerous frickin' restaurants. Is this a place where people work, is it?
Afternoons are a mix of coding, ping-ponging, and snacking. The snack area is stocked with healthy treats and tech bro fuel, aka kombucha. Also, this water dispenser that's in like every tech company in Silicon Valley. And yeah, part of the job was literally playing Roblox. The best part was power tripping in game with my admin badge. But between you and me, I didn't actually have the power to ban anybody.
Yeah, if there you go, guys. If you weren't aware as an adult, and well played to you if you're not. If you're a parent, you probably are, unfortunately. This is basically what Roblox looks like. This is
Parasites. Basically parasites with jobs and an adult daycare.
who she's a senior software executive for. This is basically what it looks like.
At 5 p.m., I logged out for the last time, literally touched some grass, and waved goodbye to the office I've known for 5 years. So long free food, so long kombucha, so long kanji with no nutritional value. Maybe I'll see you at my next company. And spoiler alert, my standards have been raised.
Wow. Standards have been raised from that, you guys. Off she goes to the next executive role. It must be better. So it must be, what, a better breakfast buffet. Yeah, or a better restaurant, because in between some of the mentionings of work in there, and they were quite minute, endless meetings, yeah, super important meetings, in between the breakfast, the lunch, the snacks, the ping-ponging. All these corporate type businesses are exactly the same, aren't they? And I mentioned that term at the very start, adult daycare. Now, I'm not just picking on the ladies here. Yeah, I'd hate to be misogynistic. Because these sort of companies are literally filled with both men and women doing exactly the same thing. Literally just living out a daycare, you know, just as you would drop a toddler off, right? In the nursery, these adults are being dropped off in these corporations who are all just so similar, absolutely wasting time on ridiculous salaries. And hey, maybe there'll be some comments out there. You sound a bit jelly, Carl. You sound a bit jealous. Well, you know, it's natural. It's a human instinct, isn't it? To you know, have a look at breakfasts and lunches like.
All right, so I'm not jealous. I think that they're basically getting drained of their spirit. They're parasites. They're basically demonic parasites in this hell realm, taking up space, programming children. And why would I be jealous of beings that have nothing to offer? No meaning, no purpose, no depth. They're just empty. If you take away their narcissism and their greed and how selfish and self-centered and egocentric these creatures are, like the one that they showed, there's nothing there. There's nothing to be jealous over. Nothing. They don't have any truth about this realm, much less the most important truth. They have nothing. So it's silly to be jealous of them and misguided at best. If not demonically retarded, you might say. It's moronic to be jealous of demons. You're more than a fool if you are that. Look at this guy here. Oh, this is Dan, the yes man from Overwatch. Again, pardon my voice. I'm feeling under the weather if you just joined. Pardon my voice, everyone. I'm not myself. 56 likes on 341 views. People still love this guy. They really do. Let's see what he has to say.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the Overwatch Project. Check out overwatchproject.com for more information. I wanted to make a quick video about time travel and an explanation or a possible theory about it that I don't think anybody's ever said before. So I was thinking about it because I really did not like the Marvel Endgame movie and how they handled time travel. Really thought that they did a bad job on how they perceived time travel would work. And I also know there's problems with Back to the Future type of time travel theory. And I was thinking about it the other day and considering it with
Well, Grandpa loves his Marvel movies and his comics.
how I perceive the universe as a hologram. And there's a lot of information out there about the holographic universe if you want to look it up. But in considering how holograms work and how, we know how they work, and that a hologram would have an error correction mechanism. And
Oh, is this just one big hologram? Dan, the yes man. I call him Dan the yes man for people that don't pay attention or haven't been here long, or because he says to forever con man, yes, yes, Mark. Oh, yes, yes. He agrees with everything that Mark says and with Wayne Bush. And, excuse me, he agrees with Wayne Bush and Mark, aka Huey, aka Forever Con Man channel, where they all claim that we chose this. We chose to come here. They say that. Not me. I've been disagreeing with these fools for many years, longer than the Sanity Machine channel was around. Years before that, I was disagreeing with this fool 7 years ago, 8 years ago. And I got tired of seeing this shit pushed on YouTube by these fucking fools and these fakes and ones with their hands out. I don't know if he still has the link to donate money. Maybe he took it down because of my video saying he's just fucking has his hand out for buy me a coffee and stuff like that. But this grandpa here says that you chose to come here. You chose this life. Where's your evidence, Dan? You're making the greatest claim ever to know what I did before I was born and what my viewers did before we were born that we can't remember. You're claiming to know that we chose this, and you're providing no fucking evidence that we chose this life before being quote unquote born into here. An extraordinary claim with zero evidence. And you call yourself a truther and you say you go by the evidence. You're full of shit, just like the rest on YouTube. And I've been calling them out, and it's sickening that after all these years, so few people will just say, yeah, he's full of shit. He's a liar. They just gobble it up. Hundreds of views in the first, I don't know how many hours this has been posted. But since it was posted, and 56 likes, because most truthers are gullible fucking fools. They're idiots. They love this shit. They love someone that mentions comics and Marvel movies and grandpa and him claiming to fucking know. The guy looks like he's 80 years old now. He really does.
and that there is no actual linear time. It doesn't work that way. And therefore it's more like time travel is more like changing your perspective on where you are in holographic reality as to which time you're perceiving as the present. And so if you were to change
Do I agree that it isn't linear time? Yeah. Do I think that it's like a Marvel fucking movie or no, I don't. I don't. I wouldn't bring Hollywood into this at all. I wouldn't use Hollywood at all, but he does. Does he ever come out and say Hollywood's evil? No. No, he doesn't.
Change your perspective from the present now to some past event, and you
Do I think creatures like him could be bought off by Hollywood and the agencies that fund Hollywood? Yes. Yes, I do. Do I think that most so called truthers could be bought off on YouTube for even a small amount of money, maybe $1 million paid out month after month in payments, where it's not 1 million a month, but 1 million total, where they say you're going to get 1 million, but we're not going to give it to you in a lump sum. We're going to give you a monthly payment. Do I think that would be enough to buy ones like him by the thousands on YouTube? Yes. Yes, I do. Do I think most quote truthers would ever consider that? No, I don't think so. I think most on YouTube are too fucking dumb, whether they've been watching his channel for a year, 2 years, 5 years, 7 years. Most are too dumb, they'll never get it. They'll never understand because they're mostly attached to fucking liars. That's what they are. So this guy took his link down to donate, but he used to take money for this. And he's not making a lot from YouTube itself. So do you think maybe he's getting money behind the scenes? I would definitely be open to that as a possibility. Do I think he would take money if offered? Yes. Yes. Do I think most of his viewers on his channel, 14,000 subs, almost 15,000, would understand what I just said and at least consider it as a possibility? No. I wish I could shout that loud. No, I don't think they would consider that. I don't think they would consider that their hero that they're emotionally attached to would ever take money to bullshit them. I think they're too fucking dumb.
you altered something or did something crazy, like I don't know, steal the crown jewels or accidentally kill your grandfather or whatever. These paradoxes that we have with time travel would they would correct themselves in a holographic universe, I think, the way I see it. So you go back in time, you change something, and then when you pop back into your perspective from the present, like a moment after you left, basically nothing would have really changed. What you might create is something like the Mandela effect, where there's a corruption and there was an error correction and it wasn't able to correct it completely. And this would create a weird phenomena, like you went back in time and you killed your
This dummy believes the universe and the galaxies they show you with Hubble and NASA are real. He believes in NASA. He believes in space travel. He believes in the moonwalking, moon landings, moonwalks. He believes in the International Space Station. He believes in a lot of shit. He believes in the spinning globe Earth model that they teach you in school. That's his model. He believes in a lot of shit. And he's got a lot more people watching his content than my channel because truthers are dummies. That's reality. Most are gullible fucking idiots.
your grandfather by accident or whatever, came back to the future, and then he was never actually dead. But some people may have remembered that he was. And this creates like a Mandela effect type of memory. And that could explain why there even is a Mandela effect. And I was just thinking that actually makes more sense than a lot of the time travel fiction that you get from movies and books, and especially Endgame. I really, really think that Endgame was the beginning of the downfall of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, and they just did it was really bad. And the fact that they actually consulted scientists, and this is the explanation they got from time travel, is what they presented in that movie, was so ridiculous. And we just don't observe things behaving that way in reality. Reality likes to take the path of least resistance.
This guy will be watching Marvel movies or thinking about them and thinking about Star Wars and comic books and all that stuff on his deathbed because he's like a overgrown kid. He's a grandpa. He's a kid in a grandpa's old body. That's what he is. He hasn't matured his whole life.
It does that with all kinds of stuff like lightning strikes, the way water flows, everything that we observe takes the path of least resistance. So that's one of the rules of reality. So to create an entirely new universe, every time you go back and alter a slightly different thing in the past would be a waste of energy, and that's just not what the universe
Well, a waste takes the path of least resistance. To a great extent, I agree. And I would say that rivers do not flow uphill. But on your globe model, they would have to flow miles and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and thousands of miles in some cases uphill over a curve, which doesn't happen. And bodies of water like oceans are not curved, they're level. So I think your model of the globe is false. I think they show idiots like you false models and you nod your head up and down and you agree. I don't think Dan is a great thinker. I think he's more of a follower, which is why I call him Dan the Yes Man. And it's unfortunate, I'm going to mention it again, that 56 people, I'm going to click a dislike, thumbs down. 56 hit thumbs up there, over 341 views there so far. And he just posted this, 14, 16, 16, I don't know, 18 hours ago, whatever it is. And it's just pathetic that people fall for this stupid shit. If you want to hear about movies, go watch some stupid movie channel. That's the level he's at.
design shows that the reality behaves. However, if it's a holographic universe and it might be a multiverse of different copies with different versions, but it's not going to spontaneously generate constant versions of different universes. I think that that's something to consider, and it's a weird explanation for time travel, and you can let me know what you think in the comments.
By the way, the multiverse and all that stuff, this guy believes mainstream science. He'll never call them Freemasons. He'll never say that mainstream science is controlled. He pushes a lot of garbage.
Comments below, and that's it. Talk to you all later. Bye.
That really feel rich for the first time in their lives. We want to protect those values.
Cheeto in chief?
Cheeto and
No, the pedo in chief.
Oh, pedo.
This is
Winning.
a group of winners who just
Winning
made the
oil.
entire nation proud. The men's gold medal Olympic.
Oh, yeah,
hockey
that's
team.
something that
Come on.
Oh,
fucking
what
matters.
the fuck? Who gives a fuck?
Oh,
Dude, I
come
need-
on, True Fruit. Can't you feel the winning?
And y'all want to know? You want to know why the fucking pedo you want to know why the pedo in chief didn't go to the Olympics? He can't. He can't get a travel visa because he's a fucking felon.
The
We're winning.
Cheeto in chief?
Huh?
Wait.
Is
I was
it-
gonna
what did
say-
you call him? The Cheeto in chief?
Cheeto and
No, the pedo in chief.
Oh, pedo with the P.
Shit don't count. They didn't get to play the Russians.
No shit.
He's saying they're winning, the politicians.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell they're winning besides maybe fucking denture cream coupons.
We're winning so much that you don't even recognize that you're winning. It's like
behind him. So maybe we're both right in that area. I can give her some. And let me just say another factor in this is that she does watch all of my content. Like, my siblings live with her and they've told me she's probably watching the stream right now. So there is a way I can communicate with her, but it's just not through text. It's just whatever I do on stream. So
it's not yet ideal, but I'm telling you, I've got
behind him. So maybe we're both right in that area. I can give her some. And let me just say another factor in this is that she does watch all of my content. Like, my siblings live with her and they've told me she's probably watching the stream right now. So there is a way I can communicate with her, but it's just not through text. It's just whatever I do on stream. So
it's not yet ideal, but I'm telling you, I've got crazy, right? I've got crazy ideas about the bigger picture. All of us, we're in this journey alone and together, right? Mom and dad, they're there to play a role, but the main character, it is you now, right?
Mm-hmm.
And part of this, the strings, you've got a lot of strings that I can see kind of with the family dynamics, and I can see it pulling you, stretching you in different ways. Not really the most comfortable.
Mm.
But it's good news for you, okay? Because what I think my gift is reminding people or pointing out what's obvious. That separation and that distance, it's for your personal development, so you discover your strengths. And you are ready there. I heard conversations with that between you and your dad yesterday, right?
Mm-hmm.
Ben says he's ready to get a book and go sitting under a tree, but I don't know if he's really ready about that. But that's what he said. We're gonna help him. We're gonna help him find that too. That's what I think is.
I believe him. I believe you. You would not believe. I mean, the whatever the shit I put him through. But you know, I do say I will admit, like, I don't know if there's ever been a daughter who's been so annoying and obsessive and clingy. But, you know, I kind of like that about myself, but I also can recognize that, you know, it's time to deal with these other relationships one-on-one, not hiding behind him. I do think that's more healthy.
I think it's time for you to shine, honestly. Completely. And I don't know, it's all coming through. Andy, thank you for the contributions, the encouragement. We do go through phases like this. People do come around. That's the reminder I've received as well. And that's what I know for sure. These separations are tough. And in the absence of a life lesson, truly, in the absence of answers, that's when we drive ourselves crazy, right?
Yeah. Lalo's jealous. Oh my god.
I know.
Lalo, you know, I couldn't have an honest conversation with you about this kind of stuff because you just go, "Oh, boring. You got mogged by Courtney next." Like, you know what I mean? Maybe try to learn something, Lalo. We all have things to learn.
He's young.
We need a Lalo trial.
He's young,
He needs to air his obsession with Grace. All the Simps need trials. Yes. Well, we are 30 minutes in, and I'm happy to move on if you want to put the link out. Maybe.
I know Grace sounds like she's snotty nosed, but I don't think she's sick. She's like this every month, every week, every year. She's just perpetually like that.
Maybe we have another Boyd court to have, but I don't want you to feel like I don't want to hear your advice. I just, I thought we could start with a segment of whatever's on my chest, because I just love talking about myself.
I love it, and I thank you for it. And I did. I'm going to go ahead and drop it. For those who ready and wish to join, we didn't establish anything really directly or solid as far as what the purpose is, but we're going to keep this moving. That's for sure.
We'll see what happens.
And
I wanted to tell you, one of my favorite quotes, I think you might really like this one, from Padre Pio is, "Pray, hope, and don't worry."
Pray, hope, and don't worry. Those are, yes. It sounds illogical.
I hope, I don't pray, and I worry. But I do have hope, but I don't pray, and I do worry. So I've got 1 out of 3 right. I'm 33% of the way there.
Oh, 33%. She's a good Catholic. She doesn't pray. She's a good Catholic.
That not worrying. It seems so illogical, and it takes so much practice to break it. But I'm telling you, not worrying, fear not. It was written over and over. Hey, we've got our first guest joining.
I told myself,
Dad.
hey, thanks for watching this jacket. I love this. Jack, do you know this is an actual Olympic German from the German team? It's an Olympic jacket, and the guy must have been huge because it fits me great.
That is amazing.
It's a little
dude.
German. It's not like it's not like from the Third Reich, but it's like from the 70s maybe. But I love the color on it. Anyways, Jack, I have to, and I'm not doing this to like embarrass Grace, but she tends to soft pedal because she doesn't want to. But I mean, we're on the internet. This stuff is already out there. But I have to tell you, like, the story is a little bit. I understand how you say, like, okay, a divorce is between parents. Kids shouldn't be dragged into it. I understand that. That happens a lot. But there are other dynamics possible. And so let me give you, and Grace can absolutely correct me if I have this wrong. My relationship with her mother was essentially dead. Okay, so we were living together, but like it was kind of over. I became friends with Grace, had nothing to do with that.
I agree.
And I just got to know her. You would pick her up from school, that kind of stuff. Kind of encourage her to do things she was doing. Outside of the house, we'd go out to have lunch or whatever. I'd go play tennis with her, that kind of stuff. Okay. I believe what happened is, okay. So, Jack, you've been married, right? Or okay, there's such a thing as a marital bed. Okay. So Grace, when she was 16, this is not a big deal. I'm not gonna embarrass her, but like she comes marching into our bedroom.
True.
At age 16, okay, she hit puberty at 12. She's 16 years old, and just sort of plops herself in between us to watch TV with us. Which, okay, but
I
she
did.
kind of stayed until So, but what was she? That's provocative.
So Jack has his finger right on his nose. His eyes are slits. He's furrowing his brows. And he's probably saying to himself, why didn't he have Grace when she was 16? Oh, wait, Jack prefers 15-year-olds. Allegedly. Allegedly, Jack prefers 15-year-olds. Now, some idiots will say Steven's slurring his words a bit. Well, I have been sick for many days, and I've been dealing with a few things, so maybe that's why. I know it's over the heads of a lot of people on YouTube. They like to speculate and make up things rather than accept the truth. There's a lot of idiots on YouTube, unfortunately. Unfortunately, this is a realm filled with idiots. It truly is. And that's not going to change. It's going to get worse, much worse.
Okay, like you're 16 years old. You're a young woman. Why are you lying down next to your dad, right? Like, it's ambiguous, but like for hours on end, you're going to lie down next to your dad?
So why would he go on the show to bring up this stuff? They pretend to be angry when people make allegations against them, but they've been promoting this for years, Ben and Grace. To them, this is normal, and they think it's funny and fun. Now, what actually has gone on between the two of them, I don't know. I don't know. But it's a strange relationship. That's for sure. It's not the usual normal mother, or not mother, sorry, father-daughter relationship. It's very bizarre.
Well, that's kind of sweet. Cuddle with the kid while you can.
Okay, that's what, and I actually said, I think Grace, there's something going on with Grace because she was wearing clothes around me that I thought, and I said this to her mother. I said, I don't know, there's something weird going on here. And then I said to her, like, she's in bed with us, like, okay, we're watching TV, and then she goes back to her room. Okay, but like I said, do you think it's a little odd? And she said, no, she just sees you as a big teddy bear. Right, which is what you're saying. She sees you as a big teddy bear. I was like, well, but I mean, I'm a man.
Someone in the chat said birds of a feather flock together. Well, demons of a feather flock together. This is the perfect panel on Talcott's show. He doesn't deserve me as a co-host. He deserves this. This is what he deserves. And he's showing what he is. Jack is showing you with a big flashing neon sign what he is. People will say he's so twisted and sick. There's a comment there. Jack will never say that about Ben. Never. Never. He'll never condemn this, ever.
16 years old. Her mother and I have no relationship on here. And then I said to her, like, she's in bed with us, like, okay, we're watching TV, and then she goes back to her room. Okay, but like I said, do you think it's a little odd? And she said, no, she just sees you as a big teddy bear. Right, which is what you're saying. She sees you as a big teddy bear. I was like, well, but I mean, I'm a man. She's 16 years old. Her mother and I have no relationship. I mean, I was like, okay. So she's saying, I'm not dealing with it. Okay. At a certain point, it became like, I'll stay the night with you guys. Okay. And now I will grant from her mother's point of view, she didn't know how to deal with it. Right. Okay. So her own relationship with me is falling apart. And I would say, like, I have no problem with any of that stuff. Like, I think Grace and I, if she wants to work with me, like, I think she's very talented, like you. It's like,
how about, please?
Yeah.
I mean, because I'm wondering, maybe this isn't the best time. Let's swing back on this another time. Is that all right?
All right, but can I just make my point? I won't make any more. I won't do any more. Okay.
Please.
My point is, there are times when a husband and wife have problems and they're drag a kid in. There are other times when a mother and a daughter can have problems and the dad is kind of dragged in, or a father and a son and a mother gets dragged in. And I think this is one of the number 2 problems. But
oh, well, I see what you're saying. No, Jack, it's important for the story. I want to get the story accurate so you can understand it.
I want you guys to both win. I really think that my thing is, like, I think even right now, I think everyone could win.
I think what my dad is saying is
they are not okay with that.
Yeah, there's been a lot of anger between me and my mom. I maybe I portrayed myself like too much like just a victim of her. Like, I was aggressive towards my dad, and that's why I say I understand that she saw me as sort of whatever, taking her man. I do understand where she was coming from.
So Jack goes back to reading the chat. He said, quote, I get it. He doesn't really get it. What's going on, or what's been going on between the Thorpes for years. But he really doesn't care about the truth. He's shown that for years. He doesn't care what the truth is. Jack cares about Jack. That's it. He doesn't care what else is going on. He doesn't give a shit.
With that,
it was pretty bold. It's pretty bold to be in the marital bed and kind of saying, like, I'm not leaving. And then when her mother would fall asleep, she would, it's kind of like, well, mom's not responding. And I would say, hey, Courtney, what's up? And there's like a non-response. So it became this kind of cycle. But Anyways,
And in a way, I was being aggressive.
Wow, look at this. Jack's little girlfriend from Ireland, Trexty, sent 10 euros. Ben, you are sexualizing your daughter. The fact that crosses your mind is a you problem. Wow. Trexty, you got to support Talcott and his. This is his show now.
Towards my dad to get her to say to pay attention to me. And then when she got angry at me,
I just wanted to
doing
clarify that. You guys can do whatever.
No, I
you
appreciate
want.
it, Dad. I appreciate it.
Um,
I think it's important to say when because I did get angry at her too. I want to be honest about that. I got very angry because she was like, "You're taking away my man," and I was like, "Well, what the fuck? Like, I've had issues with you this whole time that we haven't been dealing with. I understand where."
So Courtney is the mother Thorpe. Courtney Thorpe told Grace, "You're taking away my man." Is that a thing to say to your daughter? What was going on in order for that to even be said and to be mentioned years later? Think about it.
Where she was coming from with that.
It was pretty bold. It's pretty bold to
Yeah.
be in the marital bed and kind of saying like, "I'm not leaving." And then when her mother would fall asleep, she would, it's kind of like, "Well, mom's not responding." And I would say, "Hey, Courtney, what's up?" And there's like a non-response. So
Austin Murphy wrote, I don't think I've ever seen a stream of Ben where he's not talking about having sex with Grace. Anyone else? But people don't want to see it. Because people in this realm love to make excuses for evil. Period. They love it.
It became this kind of cycle, but anyways.
And in a way, I was being aggressive towards my dad to get her to say to pay attention to me. And then when she got angry at me,
I just wanted to clarify that. You guys can do whatever.
No, I appreciate it, Dad. I appreciate it. I think it's important to say when because I did get angry at her too. I want to be honest about that. I got very angry because she was like.
So it looks like Jack Talcott is blushing. I think he was wishing that he had a 15-year-old daughter to, we'll say, watch TV with and cuddle up with in bed. I'll put it that way. Maybe you could use your imagination because there's certain things I can't say on here. But could you put 2 and 2 together and not get pineapple? You understand? Because Jack Talcott himself is creepy. He didn't say ew or have any response of that's wrong, that's sick, that's nothing. Because he's unbothered by it. Doesn't bother him.
Like, "You're taking away my man," and I was like, "Well, what the fuck? Like, I've had issues with you this whole time that we haven't been dealing with. I hate you." And even leaned into it to a certain extent, like, "Yeah, Dad likes me better than you." And I would sort of rub it in her face. So I do get what he's saying there. It is more complicated. I may have portrayed myself a little bit too softly. That's fair.
It's all right. I get it.
Portrayed myself a little bit too softly. That's fair.
It's all right. I get it. There's always a lot of details and a lot of layers to everything. And I appreciate both sides. Sincerely, thank you for opening this up. Let's recognize a couple of these.
DeFreak, thank you for the super chat.
Do I think she's just an innocent victim, or do I think that there might be some of the family evil passed along? I wouldn't say she's just purely innocent. Jack's brain is spinning right now, somebody said. I don't think so. I think Jack wishes he was in Ben's situation. I think Jack wishes that Grace was his daughter and that she weren't 20-something. That's what I think.
There's been, Ben's been particularly overbearing with Grace lately from DeFreak. Thank you, my friend. And I thought I saw another one too.
Yeah, as long as the donations come in, that's what matters. That's what he cares about. The shekels. Jack is focused on the shekels, not the, we'll say, the inappropriate relationship that was talked about. He doesn't care about that.
The opinions were coming in. Track Steve, 10 pounds, I think. Thank you.
10
Ben,
euro.
Euro. That's what those are. Thank you. Sexualizing your daughter. The fact that
So Jack is stoned again. His eyes are like slits. He looks dazed and out of it, dazed and confused. And he is, because he can't get through his day without smoking weed or using other substances, perhaps beyond just weed. I think he might be on something. Again, this is justified by his fans. Excuses are made. People will say, what's wrong with that? No matter what these psychos do, people make excuses. Always. Always.
that crosses your mind is a you problem. Grace also stated she wanted to discuss without you, yet here you are. And that's on me. I mean, I'm bringing
I don't
this.
have a I appreciate him coming in to clarify that, because I would say he's right to say that he became sort of a figure that my mom and I were fighting over. That is true. It might seem crazy, but he was sort of like, I was like, I'm going to have him. She was like, not really, I'm going to have him, but like, fuck you for taking him away from me. And of course, there are a lot of psychosexual elements there. I mean, especially considering her views towards sex, which are very oddly, but like, fuck you for taking him away from me. And of course, there are a lot of psychosexual elements there. I mean, especially considering her views towards sex, which are...
Is that when you started to pull your mom's hair and make her turn her head and throw her outdoors, out of buildings and all that stuff? Or I don't know, you have a strange relationship with your mother.
Very oddly repressive for someone who was quite sexually liberal in her past and grew up in like a normal middle class household. Like, she had a very negative view of sex. And so, of course, it all gets complicated.
Life can be very complicated. You're learning that. We're seeing it, right? There's no denying that.
Yeah.
We do have another guest in the back. I want to bring up, unless you want to continue with something.
No, go ahead.
Okay. He did already brought over a raid. Welcome, Landry.
Landry, welcome to the show.
I want to be the first to say it was a 2-person raid, I think, by the time it was wrapping up. So
Nice.
I was
Thank
going
you
for
very
one.
much.
I was seeing if I could just do possibly the one time there's ever in history a 1-person raid.
And it was just you?
Yeah, it would just be me. I guess you're right. Yeah.
Epic.
And so they find the dumbest, unfunny shit funny. There she goes with the air horn. She's bringing the cliche sound effects to the Talcott show. Wonderful. Wonderful. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That's just wonderful. And there's Ben Thorpe freaking out. 148 in chat, he said. 148 in chat. This guy sucks, somebody wrote about Landry. I agree.
So did you feel like because I know the topics, right, saying more structured, more focused. It's the new way, right? The new wave of the show.
We are trying it. It's about me, because I tend to make everything about me, but we're open to other topics, or if you have a thought about what I shared.
Yes.
I can dabble. I wanted to ask you if you think that you blur the lines between public and private, because a lot of people, they make those sort of assertions about, and I heard Jack right away say, hey, we can talk about this in the private. And I'll say Jack is great privately. I love my private chats with Jack.
Oh, I have no doubt. It's very generous for him to offer to like have a private conversation with me. Do I blur the line between public and private? I mean, yeah, in one way. Most people don't talk about this stuff publicly, but in another way, like, I'm perfectly aware that I'm on camera and talking to people, and it could be clipped or whatever and shown. I mean, me and my mom and my brother all went public, individually, like, we made our choices. She has since then taken down her YouTube channel, etc. But it was none of us were forced, I guess is what I would say. It was you know, if you know the lore, it's like me and my mom started by having a topic show, sort of like this one, and then it sort of derailed because we had personal problems, and she would drink on stream, and I felt embarrassed, and she felt like I was putting her down on stream, and you know, laughing at her or whatever. I thought I was better than her, and so we would try to have struggle sessions about that, and then, you know, so but all of that was like, that was free on her part. Like, if she wants to say like I forced her or my dad forced her, like, no, that's not true.
So do you think it changes the way that you guys would interact? It sounds like it does. Like, it's not the same as it would be if you were just IRL.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, the internet is fundamentally changed.
Sorry, there's Trexty saying Jack is one of the most supportive and respectful people you could interact with. He is a gem with 3 hearts. She's in love with Talcott. He supports a lot of sick stuff. He's done a lot of sick things, allegedly. And I just, Trexty, you're such a fucking bitch. You truly are. You're a sneaky snake. And I know exactly what you are. Can read you like a book.
Changed our family. I mean, I'm not sure if you are aware of this, but this is like verified fact. Like, this is not me talking shit. Very early on our channel, once it started getting into family drama, there was a group, I think actually even before that, there was a group of trolls who had a Discord server called Chinatown. And we talked with them a lot on Discord. And yeah, I don't know how to describe it, but it's just a group of like largely British people who go around trolling smaller YouTube creators. You know, they did some crazy shit. Like they found this mentally handicapped man, and they took him into their Discord server, and then
In the chat, they're saying play the beer bottle clip, tell the cucumber story. There's a lot of sexual stories. That which is that healthy mothers don't compete with their daughters. But they'll support this. These channels will tune in and watch. This is already getting Jack around 100 more viewers, that stream. And at least in the short term, he's going to get short-term viewer gains until one day he will snap on Grace. I predict. Now, I don't know this for sure, but I predict he will snap on Grace the way he did with Landry, the way Jack did with his son, the way Jack has done with almost everyone in his life. So this is temporary. Enjoy it while it lasts, toots, to Grace Thorpe.
and they had him eat his own poop on camera in their VC and stuff, like nasty stuff. We didn't know about that at the start, obviously. So they'd troll us, but we talked to them a lot because we would have all sorts of like struggle sessions in VCs. It was an era. But they actually befriended my mother. Well, at first they identified her as someone to troll particularly hard, and they got her to drink on camera, on stream. She would do her own streams on her channel. They got her to steal my brother's. He had knee surgery, and he had opioids, and they told her to steal one of his pills and take it on stream for their entertainment. And then one of them called me on Discord and was like, "Your mom's on like high on opiates right now. I felt kind of bad. Like, you should know that." I was like, "What the fuck?" And so then eventually they started calling the cops on my dad and saying he was an abuser and stuff.
So Jack has said he wants a co-host that doesn't take over the show and make it about themselves. That's what he said to me. And yet, well, you can see and hear, I'm sure. It's hilarious to me. I just think this, I'd be laughing a lot more if I wasn't sick, but I do think it's so funny. She is perfect for Talcott. Excuse me.
And she left the house, so they were just calling the cops on my dad, who was left with all the kids. So the cops would show up, all the kids would have to wake up at like 3 a.m. And she was super close with them, so we asked her to stop, like tell them to stop, because whatever she was working out, like we didn't want people calling the cops and like, you know, semi-swatting us with the kids there. But she didn't, and then eventually, you know, they've continued sort of puppeting her privately since then, and she's really the only people they trust, this group of 3 or 4 people from a Discord server, I mean, you can ask them and they just say, yeah, Courtney's our private content. They'll say that. So that is genuinely what happened.
I'm very fascinated by I'm like contrast. I'm like looking at the chat, looking at Jack, looking at you. I'm like, wow, I can't tell you if under my head, I would have no idea what the story actually was here. There's a lot of people saying a lot of things.
Basically, she left our family. She gave up on working things out with our family in exchange to be friends with a group of trolls who see her as their own private lolcow. I'm sure they're nice to her sometimes, but essentially they're like, psychotic troll people, whatever. So, I think your question was like, has that changed your relationships? Like the answer is yes.
And so you act differently, obviously, in a stream setting. Like if we were all in person right now, maybe the same thing would happen. We'd all act different. So I guess it's normal, but I don't know. I can't really imagine anyone. It's kind of like you don't want your family to see you naked. I hope not to run into my family on the internet streets. You know what I mean? So to embrace that is a very odd choice.
Yeah, no, I honestly would probably have a much healthier relationship with my mom if she was just on stream.
Chuck said Jack is sold out. I think Jack will do anything now just to get money and to be popular. His show isn't about God anymore, of course. It's not about ending all wars, creating world peace. It's just about letting Grace talk. It's a talk show. It's hilarious to me. I told Jack, without me, you're going to ruin your show. Without me as the co-host, you're done. And I predicted this. I think it's hilarious. I know most of the idiots over there in the chat wouldn't realize that, but I said it right on his show, and I told him in emails as well. Jack, if you get rid of me as the co-host or don't embrace me as the co-host, it's going to be a shit show. That's what your channel's going to turn into. And this is what it is. So he's calling it something special. Talcott's barely talking at all. Grace has taken over your show. Your co-host on day one has taken over your show.
Stream shit talking me and going on panels or whatever. I wouldn't mind that. It's the cutoff of communication that I find really tough to deal with.
I know what you mean, dude. I've been cut off recently by my family member. His name is Moose. And we're actually related. But yeah, it's been rough.
Yeah. It's tough because you just feel like an asshole. The more you try to contact them, the more you feel like you're the asshole dom, I guess, but piece of paper off the door and unlock it. I don't know. I was his hair. He said, Grace, what did he say? Tell them about the bro licking. Yes, when I was 6 years old, maybe, I would lock my younger brother John into our playroom. I wrote on a piece of paper and put it on the front door, do not enter. This is when my dad was at work and my mom was home. For some reason, she just let me do that. And I locked the playroom door and I would make him take his shirt off and I would pin him down and I would lick his torso from the bottom to the top and sometimes his arms. And I don't know why I did it. And sometimes I tried to get him to do it to me, but he didn't really want to. But it wasn't like he really hated the licking either. He would just sort of let me do that. And it would be like 20 minutes and then I would take the piece of paper off the door and unlock it. I don't know. I don't know what
Jack,
to
can you
say.
provide commentary, please, on that particular notion?
Stupid. I mean, yeah, I was sort of a dom, I guess, but
it does sound like some dumb kid stuff for sure. But
no, it sounds like a child that was sexualized. But 3 dummies on the panel can't figure that out. They can't figure out anything. Most people in the panelverse can't, including the ones in the audience. On his channel, hundreds. They're too stupid. This chick said that is absolutely abuse. Yeah, I would say it is. You abused your younger brother with a smile on your face. You're a psycho abuser. Lalo said Landry's boring. I have to agree with him there. Landry is boring. But Jack, you turned your show into something completely disgusting.
Kids
are weird. Kids can be sexually weird, yeah.
Well,
It's not like there was any.
So instead of calling herself weird, she'll say kids are weird. She says kids could be sexually weird. Instead of Grace calling herself weird, you're weird, Grace.
Genital contact at all is just.
No,
I did kind of
however,
get off on it though. I don't know.
that's kind of the concern.
So look at Landry doing his stupid reaction. He won't say anything, no. But she's smiling. She said she did get off on doing that to her younger brother.
Dom, I guess, but
It does sound like some dumb kid stuff for sure. But
kids are weird. Kids can be sexually weird, yeah.
Call her amazing again, Jack. Call her fantastic. Praise Grace some more. She's a psycho like you. She's a perfect fit for your show. Perfect fit.
Well,
it's not like there was any genital contact at all. It's just.
No,
I did kind of get off on it though. I don't know.
That's kind of the concern, is that the society has normalized things that we really don't need to normalize.
Has society normalized that?
No,
I've never heard anybody say they did that with their siblings. I don't think it's normalized quite yet.
No, but in a small, in that.
So there comes the justifications and excuses in his chat. That which is does what that which is does. Sometimes they're on target. Other times they're so far off. We've all done weird things as children. This is the grouping in everyone. Just like saying no one is bad in this world. There's no demons. We're all this. We're all that. No, we haven't all done that shit. That is sexual abuse that she did to her younger brother. That's what it would be classified as if an older brother did that to a sister. She was abusive and beyond weird.
That small circle, it wasn't wrong, But this is the diversity.
Oh no! When my mom did eventually, she knocked on the door and she made me like, it was like maybe by the 6th time or something, as I remember it. I don't know. And she was like, "What's going on in here?" or something, and I just made him put his shirt back on. I was like, "Nothing," and then we never did it again. So I don't know.
Interesting. Very, very interesting.
But yeah, so there you go, Tony.
Lots of stories. This is what life really is, though, is we're here living out.
So Jack's reaction is lots of stories. This is what life is about. No saying how fucking psychotic it is, abusive. Nothing. This is what they do. What a parent. What a grandpa. No wonder Jack Talcott's son doesn't want him near his grandchild. I wonder why. I wonder.
Our stories, the stories of our life. Not all the stories are real, though. Right? Any excuses? Well, the excuses between keeping you and your mother apart. There's misunderstandings, there's confusion, there's ideas, whatever it is. It's in the mind and heart, right? And those aren't always real.
True.
It's what I've been facing firsthand with a lot of people in my life. They've got these stories in their heads that they're not real, but until.
So someone in the chat said it was healthy curiosity. Meanwhile, she just mentioned she got off on it, doing that to her younger brother. She sexualized her younger brother. That's not healthy curiosity, but these are the demons of this realm. Blame it on the lack of supervision, that which it says. They'll make up every excuse they can. This is what demons do in this fucking realm.
Until they're willing to have a conversation, I'm kind of in that spot where you were talking about, Grace. You just got to accept it, You just got to roll with it for a time and love who you are. And I think that's what you're doing, my friend. We do have a couple other guests in the back.
Ben Thorpe said, Grace's mother never closed our bedroom door. That 100% explains Grace's story. That's what he wrote. This person said, you're trying to justify your behavior. They always try to justify it. And that's what most people do when they hear demons speak. They just go on the, I got to make excuses for them. I got to justify it for them. Most people never just call it out and say what it is. They can't do it. This is a realm filled with cowardly fucking demons.
What are you thinking, my friend? We've got King Stephen.
Oh, yeah. Who do we have?
Got King Stephen, Duck. And it looks like that Zill Zone showed up again. I'm not a fan of it.
I say let's have them all up and see where it takes us.
All right. Let's start with Duck. Welcome to you.
So she says, let's have them all up and see where it takes us. And instead of choosing me, of course, he chooses Duck. Now, they would say Stephen's seething, but I'm not seething at all. None of these demons, I don't think any of you on YouTube have ever seen me or heard me seething, ever, ever. But that's Grace's new word. She says everybody's seething. She says I'm seething, Flo Gay's seething, everybody's seething according to her, which is funny. And anyway, what I'm going to get at is Jack Talcott really does fear me. And it reveals that all the time. If you pay attention, which I know most in this realm can't do for even 5 minutes. They have no attention span to learn anything. They're more like the ones in the chat over there on Talcott. You could see the live chatters there. Noah said, bring up the king. There were others that said that as well.
Hi, Duck.
Good to see you.
Hey, Grace. Good to see you. What's up, Jack?
Have the most boring people up, like Landry and Duck. Have the beta effeminate losers up. You're more comfortable with that, aren't you, Jack? They're not as much of a threat to you.
Welcome to
Blessings.
the show. Now, last show we had a conflict between Snafu and.
So as you can see, he brought me up there and then dropped me backstage again. I was up for like a second.
Beef with Dusty, not sure, but we are here to help
And
people
Moose.
come to resolution. And Moose. We are here to promote peace and resolution and hear both sides of the story when you can't beef with Dusty. Not sure, but we are here to help
And
people
Moose.
come to resolution. And Moose. We are here to promote peace and resolution and hear both sides of the story when you can't find a neutral moderator. So if anybody has any beefs, they're more than welcome to tell us.
I got beef with Duck.
Okay.
Well, he's a Talcott fan just because he was on Don Lemon. Is that what that's trying to proclaim?
Now,
feel like I'm
last show we had a conflict between.
Right there, I was on the stage for like 1.5 seconds and backstaged immediately without saying a word. They play demon games. That's what they do.
Snafu and Bad
Damn.
Apple, and Bad
Yeah.
Apple continued the show on his stream. Not sure, but we did
Yeah.
send some people. Jack sent some people over, and I also heard that Landry has a beef with Dusty. Not sure, but we are here to help
And
people
Moose.
come to resolution. And Moose. We are here to promote peace and resolution and hear both sides of the story when you can't find a neutral moderator. So if anybody has any beefs, they're more than welcome to tell us.
I got beef with Duck.
Okay.
Well, he's a Talcott fan just because he was on Don Lemon. Is that what that's trying to proclaim?
Well, I'm a Talcott fan as Jack was on Don Lemon. It's not like a because he was on Don Lemon, but if you think of Jack as being on Don Lemon, so just to have that balanced debate sort of side of things, I think that's most important. But
You can't just like him for him.
well, I do like Jack for him too. Like I think he solves fights instead of starting them. He's emotionally balanced. He's well respected.
Thank you.
Yeah, like, so it's one of those things.
I think Duck could be part of our judge panel. Very even-minded.
He is.
Sort of a content killer in and of himself, no offense, but as a moderator, you bring a sort of bright-eyed, bushy-tailed energy that I think we could use to help resolve some of the issues people bring to us.
I've spotted tons of issues and the whole like panel verse bottom of YouTube type thing.
Yeah.
And so yeah, I mean, it's like there's no roadmap for this stuff. There is not one right way to have a conversation, to solve a problem, to get some new blood in. There's no way to like I would say, if you're always going 60 miles an hour, I want to speak truth into that, Grace.
Yeah, I understand that. Now, where do you come from? What's your backstory? Because so many people on Boyd they show up and we don't know anything about them and they're just here to share their opinion. But like,
That's the most likes I've ever seen in the Talcott show. He broke 1,000 views. My channel's had over 1,000 views on live streams before. If you scroll through my live streams, you'll see that 57 thumbs up. That's the most I've ever seen on his channel. I'm going to give it a thumbs down. 57. A 1,000 views, you'd think he'd have 100 likes or 200. So that still isn't great.
who are you? You got kids? You're married? You went to college? What's your story?
Yeah, I went to college. I'm a political scientist, political science guy who got lost. I was always kind of the nerdy, smart guy without a lot of like people would say common sense or like real world context. And then I did the career thing for a while. I talked about this with Breakfast Tacos. I think your dad knows Breakfast Tacos.
I do, yeah.
Yeah, so I was on Mega Bloodbath. We talked about this stuff a little bit yesterday. There's a lot of guilt and a lot of like regret. I think anyone who has had success, it's like, yeah, enjoy it, right? Don't tell someone to take stuff away from them or something. But it's also like, geez, I just wish I could have been giving back or, I
So you were hoping to be a politician or something like that?
Talks like one.
Yeah. So I could have after high school, I wanted to be a Supreme Court justice because I have a very rational, logical brain. It ends up staying.
Did you go to law
way.
school?
I didn't go to law school. I took a master's level con law class. I was going to do a what's it called? I was going to do a bachelor master's program when I was an undergrad, where they give you both degrees in 5 years, and then that ended up just not being best.
Supreme Court Justice, perfect for the show. What about you, Landry?
How does any of this relate to Jack Talcon and his mission? It doesn't, of course. Is it different rules for different people? Is she allowed to take over the show as co-host? Yes. Are these idiots allowed to babble on about nothing? Babble on. Get it? Babylon. So Jack knows what he's doing. He's just trying to get views and more money. That's what it is. Total fucking grifter creep. Psycho.
What's your backstory? Why are you here?
Is that him?
It's a funny question, actually.
This one, yeah.
Got it.
I met this guy, and I was like, "Hey, man, how come you get like so much like live engagement? I don't get it." Because I was kind of like, I don't see the whole Jack thing. I just popped in on the panel. And he was like, "Hey, do you want to be my co-host? Do you want to help me clean out the filth?" And I was like, "Sure." So I had a little arc, and that's where it began.
What about your?
I got to read this comment in his live chat. Still waiting for the only guest who'd actually elevate the conversation. Bring King Stephen, Mind Mirage wrote. Thank you to Mind Mirage. I did see that when I was there waiting in the backstage as he brought up guest after guest and left me there and brought me up for a second to show his viewers, oh, he's there, but I'm keeping King Stephen in the backstage. Talcott was playing little demon games, not power games, because he has no power. Demon games.
Your story, though.
What, my life story?
Well, did you go to college? You got a wife? You got
Nope.
kids?
Dropped out of high school, 11th grade.
Okay.
Got my GED.
What are you doing in life? I mean, was this a side project for you? What is this?
Well, yeah, I mean, it was like I was trying to make it work, and be like a successful content creator. But then I pivoted to doing things for old people, right? This is what I do. Whether it be you don't know how to get your TV to turn on, or you need some random tech work. It's bizarre, but it actually has been very successful. And so we were starting I don't want to say media production because it's like really boring stuff. It's like
it does seem boring. Yeah.
You have a box company. I come to make your box company look cool. You know what I mean? So it would never be on my street.
I gotta pause here. And Mind Mirage wrote, "Release the mad artist" with one of my ravens as emoji in the crown. Thank you again to Mind Mirage. I did see that comment as well when I was there, but I didn't want people to miss it here.
Stream or on my channel, but it would be for others.
Well, that's good. All right, so you got a way to make money. All right, so nobody here is on welfare. That's good to know. Duck, by the way, I kind of want to go to law school, so maybe you could help me.
He's helping old people turn on their TV now. He couldn't make it as a YouTube streamer. Landry couldn't make it. You're a failure, Landry. You're a fucking failure.
Me with that.
Oh,
but
yeah. Get some flashcards, dude. When you can just bang things out quickly, that's like the best advice someone can offer.
Yeah, I already know a couple legal phrases. Pro se.
I love it. Mind Mirage said, Landry is the ultimate type of scum, lowest form of spirit. Yeah, he is. He's really scummy. He truly is.
Yeah, pro se. Yeah. Yes,
Nolo contendere.
Oh, that's pretty good. That's Espanol. That's the love language, or is that Latin?
I think it's Latin. Nolo.
Landry said months ago he was so worried about me that he was worried that he would end up wearing a quote fucking ankle bracelet due to me reporting him for child neglect. He thought that I was going to be able to quote unquote get him. That's what he thought. He didn't care about his child and the filthy place and her being on the floor all day long. He was worried about King Stephen reporting him. I'm saying it from his perspective. I'm not speaking about myself, third person. I want you to understand. He said he was worried that he'd have to get a fucking ankle bracelet put on him, that I was going to get him for what he was doing with his daughter. And he blames me. As abusers do, they won't blame themselves for child neglect because he's a piece of shit. That's what he is. And I called him a piece of shit. I don't know how many months ago when he entered the Panelverse. I don't know if that was 6, 7, 8 months ago. I don't know exactly. But right away, I spotted him as a fucking douchebag, scumbag. And I called him out on it. And I could see what he is. I could read that filthy spirit that's as filthy as this guy that stinks like shit. And that's his own words for the people that haven't paid attention to what's going on and think that I make this stuff up. I'm not making this up. He stinks like shit.
He had to probably when he told me that I smelled like shit.
He just flat out. You might want to get that checked then.
I think I did. I think I've been very good up to that point, because he's like wears all the perfumes, all the
colognes,
the colognes, all that stuff.
He does.
And I was maybe wearing 2-day-old pants, and he could smell it from a mile away. So they call me Dirty Laundry for it's not just my P-star name.
You told me that he said he saw you one day, and then the next day he pulled aren't those the same pants you wore yesterday?
Yep. He was watching.
He had to do
probably when he told me that I smelled like shit.
He just flat out. You might want to get that checked then.
I think I did. I think I've been very.
Alex Stein told him that he smells like shit to his face in person. So if anybody says, Steven, you were wrong, Landry doesn't stink. Oh, yeah, he does. I didn't have to go to Dallas to meet him face to face to be able to see that he fucking stinks. You might as well see stink lines on the screen from that creature. He stinks. He reeks. He's a filthy, dirty, reeking demon. That's what he is. He's gross. He plays demon games. He blocks all my accounts and lies to people and claims he talks to anyone and isn't afraid of anyone and doesn't block people. He is afraid of me because I see exactly what he is, and I call him exactly what he is.
Contendre is one of those two. But
I have
yeah.
no clue, dude.
Do we have anybody else backstage?
Well, can I ask Duck if he's gay?
We
Is
do.
that okay? Just for the chat's information.
So she says, do we have anybody else backstage? Because I started typing in the chat that I am backstage waiting, still waiting. There it is. Hey, I'm waiting backstage still. Hi, Mind Mirage. I'm surprised my comment showed up because they either timed me out at some point or hid my account, which they always do. They always play these fucking demon games. And then they'll say, oh, Jack's so patient and loving. He's played games for years, this fucking creature.
They wanted to know.
We do.
Yeah, I describe myself in the panel verse. I describe myself as a what's it called? As a queer heterosexual. So like I love
gay.
And I love I love even outside of just like the one guy I know. I love the history. I love the culture. Okay, I love Ben Thorpe.
The culture of what? Of being gay?
Yeah.
Queer culture.
Hell yeah.
That's pretty cool, actually.
Wait, can I say something to Landry? This has nothing, Jack. I just want to say, because you've made this a forum for like new ideas. Okay, I've always been fascinated with the fact that there's so many old people in this country, and like they watch.
Mind Mirage said the Raven King with a bunch of hearts. Thank you. Ben, Big Mouth, Big Belly Ben came on to yap his big fucking mouth. Watch this. I might have to fast forward.
TV, and they may know about YouTube from their grandkids, but can you imagine if you harnessed the wisdom of all these people who are just sitting around, they're on retirement, getting a check or whatever, and drew them in? And it's a technical issue, right? But like to help young people who are like having troubles with relationships, or married people who are having problems, or just people who are, arguing with each other. You know what I mean? They went through.
I don't know.
People love that, right? So you do like a dating stream and you go.
People.
Yeah.
Old people are free
Thank
content that's nobody's using. They got tons of stories. They're bored. Out
Value
of
for
their minds.
value too, because they do.
Say.
He left. Thank you, Ben.
So I don't know if this is too heavy. I was hearing, old family talk, and I was hoping to have one of those kinds of conversations. I didn't know if that was appropriate, but
Hello.
About your
Hello.
family?
Just
Yeah.
about.
So I said hello, and all three, the sound came through. I can tell now, obviously, on the replay. All three of them on stage didn't respond. There was no hello. I patiently waited for Yappy Ben to leave, and then I said hello, and they said nothing. Gary said, you guys are gross. You want to exploit the elderly for their money. Exactly. Exactly. That's what demons do. That's what these fucking demons, that's all they care about.
Life and stuff, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
Is that? I don't talk about
Sorry.
my family.
We're
on
trying to
the
find a
air.
direction for the stream. We're going all sorts of different places.
Hi, Jack. Hi,
Jack,
Duck. Hi.
Jack, lead us where you want to take us, please.
So I said hi, Jack, multiple times. No response. No. Oh, hey, King Stephen. They pretended I wasn't there. They ignored me. And then Trexties types Thin Ice Stephen because I said hello. Thin Ice because I said hello. They play these demon games and they'll let on that they're good, kind, patient, this, that, loving. They're nothing of the sort. They are nothing that they claim to be. Not just Talcott. any of these demons, Trexty included, they are not what they claim to be.
Please.
Well, I'm curious.
Even Andy said, tell Steven hello back. They play these fucking games.
I'm curious to see where Duck was going, but also Stephen has been waiting pretty patiently.
Yes.
Should we see what's going on there? How you doing?
Jack, Austin Murphy said at least the co-host is here. I'm assuming that he meant me. But I'm not the co-host. Grace is the official co-host. She is the perfect fit for his channel. I showed up. I'm still feeling under the weather. I have the Chinese flu. But I just wanted to come on here and bring some positivity and say that I really think you're doing well with Grace as your co-host. And I think that that's a good fit. And you're doing well. You're both doing well. And I tuned in. And I think that Landry would be a good liaison for old people to get on the internet.
Okay.
And I appreciate the show that you're doing, Jack. Look at the brows furrowing as I say I appreciate the show. No matter what I say, this big lid, big foreheaded, Harry and the Hendersons, furrowed brows, homeless bum looking bearded creature, narcissist, psycho, is going to be upset and squint his eyes. This is what he does. Okay, he keeps saying. There's a reason why your son, Dominic Talcott, wrote you off around a decade ago. Because he was treated poorly by you and you haven't changed. You are exactly the same jealous, insecure, envious, spiteful, egomaniacal, narcissistic piece of shit demon that you were to your son when he was growing up. You must have treated your son horribly. You don't deserve your son and grandchildren. Back.
All right.
I like the new platform. And I'm stepping down. I'm no longer going to pursue being co-host. I think Grace Thorpe is a better fit than I am. Look at her reaction. Watch this. I'm no longer going to pursue. I dropped a bombshell there today. I dropped a bombshell. So I'm here to admit that, Jack, and say that humbly, I'm here to be positive, man. So there's rudeness coming from him, of course. So
fabulous.
Yeah.
That's very nice.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
See, we got some healing right there.
Yes.
Steven, you were never going to be co-host because
What was? Let me just try this real quick.
So there's the demonic giggles coming out, and her saying, she said it was very nice what I said, and then Steven, you were never going to be co-host. She thinks that this is hilarious, but she doesn't realize she walked right into what I set up for her. She just doesn't understand. She's so foolish. What a fool. And look at him smiling. You're doing exactly what I want you to do, or what I expected from you. Not really what I wanted you to do, because I'd like every being in this realm to be a good spirit, but that's never going to happen. I know they're not going to ever be that. They're just showing what they are. You're revealing what you are.
Thanks for trying stuff out. Steven, can you share your most painful moment trying to co-host with Jack, if there is one that exists?
Beautiful.
The most painful. I was trying to be the best co-host ever, and Jack said that I needed to suffer more. He said you could do with more suffering. That was very painful. That really stung me. So look at her go, giggling and agree with Jack. She doesn't even know me, but she agrees that I need to suffer more. They're showing that they're demons. They're showing you very clearly, openly, in public, with hundreds watching, what they are. They're showing you.
You're never going to be co-host because
What was? Let me just try
Jack.
this. Let me just try this real quick. Real quick. Since we're trying stuff out, Steven, can you share your most painful moment trying to co-host with Jack, if there is one that exists?
Beautiful.
The most painful. I was trying to be the best co-host ever, and Jack said that I needed to suffer more. He said you could do with more suffering. That was
I
very
agree with
painful.
Jack.
That really stung me. Grace, I'm being friendly to you. I'm not sure why you're being mean to me.
I agree that you need more suffering. That's not me being mean. I'm saying that out of
Why
love.
why do I need more suffering?
Well,
It'll
have
make you a
heard-
better
have-
man.
Yeah.
Oh.
You're very smug.
You don't know how much I've suffered in this life.
It's true.
But
I don't.
I do have a question for Grace. Did you email me or was it an imposter?
I did not email you.
Okay, so somebody emailed saying using an email address of Grace Thorpe at
All right.
Proton.
Great.
Yeah, I don't
No,
have a
Jack, I'm
Proton. I
clearing
do not
something
have a
up here.
Proton email address.
All right.
Jack asked me about that too.
So I was able to speak a couple sentences and then he gets angry and cuts me off and says, all right, like he tries to stop me as he let people speak and speak and speak earlier, Landry and Ben, and tell all these stories. But of course, as soon as I'm on there, he can't handle it. He can't take it. Somebody said this feels awkward. I don't know who that fools and tools idiot is, but it was awkward. It was awkward. Sometimes you can learn something when you see these awkward moments and you see demons giggling and wishing for someone to suffer. Now imagine turn it around if I said, Jack, I wish you suffering. I wish you'd suffer more. You need to be a better man. You're an arrogant fucking prick. You need to suffer more. It would make you better. You need to suffer. And if I said to Grace, I think you should suffer a lot in your life because you're really arrogant and narcissistic and you're very self-centered and you make it all about you. You make everything about you and you're psychotic and needy and entitled. Grace, you need to suffer more. Imagine how they on the panel and the ones in the chat would have received that entirely differently, of course.
Only Gmail.
Okay, cool. Thank you for responding.
Yeah, no problem. So, Duck, you said you are a queer heterosexual?
So then he's the weirdo that he is, starts saying, interesting, because he starts thinking about it. Maybe Steven's telling the truth, because these liars project. They assume that I lie because they're lying all the time, these creatures. I don't even know. That could still be Grace. I don't know if it was her or not because she lies so much. She lies. They all do. All these demons do. So do I know if it was her using a Proton email account that she just created maybe that day or whenever? I don't know. Could have been someone pretending to be her, an imposter? Sure. You never know with these demons, though. But I did get an email from somebody using the name Grace Thorpe saying some stupid shit. But it didn't work, of course. What they wanted me to do doesn't influence me at all. I do what I want. I don't do what any of these demons want me to do. Fuck them all.
Yeah, what's up?
So, what does...
I don't want to lose my voice. I have been talking a lot during this live stream, more than I thought I was going to. But I agree with you, Salty. She is disgusting. She is.
that mean? Because I see you as sort of a heterosexual presenting queer, and I'm not saying that to insult you. I'm just saying genuinely you have a sort of soft affect that I think is interesting, but I thought it was the other way around.
Just
so
my
please.
personality, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, because like you know, yeah, Grace. So one way of thinking about this is there are elevators and doors. There's ways up and ways down. And so just in terms of like traditional sex culture, gender roles, my main preference or thing like that, it's like, well, we should, you know, people should be friends before copulating. And then
Total weirdo, this duck creature. Jeep said dunces love labels. I gotta agree with her on that.
and at that point, I don't think there's values that go beyond just like I can state that I think you shouldn't copulate with someone who's not a close friend.
Lala Blue said, I think the show is going to do really well. In terms of viewers, I think it will. Dumb it down more, make it degenerate, let Grace say weird sexual stuff. It'll draw in people. That's what zombies want. They want this low IQ shit. That's what they want. They want low IQ degenerate shit.
And then I don't go beyond that. And so irrespective of someone's bisexual or heterosexual identity, Grace, that's how I answer that.
So you're queer.
Oh, Jack, what do you think? I completely agree. I don't understand why anybody hooks up, especially women. It's not like they generally experience any pleasure. It's like I only really understand romance in terms of being friends first and then catching feelings for each
Grace,
other.
you
That
don't
makes the
get
most sense
pleasure
in
from
my.
hookups.
Sorry?
You don't get pleasure from hookups. You're saying as a
No,
woman.
almost no women do.
So Jack is angry already. As soon as I spoke, he was ready to jump in and white knight and defend poor little good girl Grace. You're a good girl, Grace. He called her in a clip. He said, "You're a good girl, Grace." He's the creepy old man with young Grace as his co-host. This fits perfectly for who they are. That's what I mean. It fits demon and demon. They're a perfect fit.
Ew.
Almost no women. Okay.
It's extremely rare to experience an orgasm outside of a committed relationship for a woman. That's just
Jack,
true.
what about the hoes you had for hookups? Oh, you muted me. Okay.
I did.
Well, what do you think about that, Jack?
So he muted me. Did he mute anyone else this whole time? Did he mute Landry? Did he mute Ben? Thorpe? Did he mute Duck? Did he mute anybody that was on his shit show? No, just me, because I asked him a question. I'm pointing out the differences. I want people to see the differences. Seeing the differences, not just with Jack Talcott, but with this realm, shows you so much about how this place operates. But there's so many fucking lazy-minded dummy zombies here in this realm that they'll never see. Never.
Jack, people should be friends before anything romantic.
I agree.
Wait, can I say one more thing? Can I say one more thing about this too? Is my mic on?
Yes.
Yeah.
So I would just say, I just say, too, like people always like on the internet, if you watch the like Manosphere and stuff like that, I would just, I would generally remind people that like it's so easy to get attached, to get into those like sort of committed situations and stuff like that. And so, you know, I think it's just worth bringing that sort of point up is like, yeah, don't go forward. Don't go forward if you don't have that mindful component. And also if you haven't assessed how far that relationship's going to go, you know, there's no need to have deep physical intimacy. There's no need to attach labels to it and things like that either.
Yeah. I know two people on the internet, actually. A lady that Jack had on his show yesterday and a guy named Dalmatian Dog. They met on the internet. They communicated a little bit. They met up in person and, by their own accounts, had sex every time they met up. And also filmed it. And now I would say that is a situation where two people are using sex to get to intimacy quicker than just giving it time to breathe and seeing if they're friends first. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I was watching Mooncakes the other day, and like it wasn't. She's not like you know, one of those girls. I would never. I'd be like surprised.
I think either maybe Duck should be the other co-host with Jack, or the alternate co-host. They need to make the show as fucking stupid and degenerate as possible.
surprised if someone accused her of being like a skank or something. But she was talking about how these, you know, guys would text her and they would expect, like, if they sent her like a tip or something, they would expect something back or whatever. So it's just
a tip.
Yeah, like if, you know, like on PayPal or whatever, stuff like that.
You mean like people in chat, or you mean just like people she knew?
I don't know. I know
who you're talking about.
That goes into the not knowing category, but for me,
I'm not sure who you mean, but congratulations, Jack, on the new format, the amount of viewers you have. Sincerely, I think you're doing well.
Yes, Jack does appreciate it. Jack made this happen. It was his openness that made it happen, for sure.
Sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you. I noticed the amount of likes,
you weren't.
And she goes, "You weren't." Look at this. She doesn't understand what I'm doing. She was actually interrupting me, but this confuses demons. I know what you are, Grace. I know exactly what you are. Viewers, and I just want to say I'm going to drop down because I'm under the weather and I don't want to bother Jack. But I think you have the perfect panel here with Duck, Grace Thorpe, and Jack to give life advice on.
All right. Thank you for your time. We appreciate you.
Thank you, King Stephen.
So I was the only one kicked off, and there's the giggles again. The demon games of kicking someone off while they're speaking. He feels powerful doing that. He said he could kick my ass and choke me out and would call me a little bitch to my face. I offered him $1,000 US money. I offered to pay for his flight, a 1 week of health travel insurance so that he could go to hospital, whatever he needed for any health care, and also would fund him staying in a motel for at least 3 days, like a weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, to come here and do what he claimed he'd love to do. And I gave him all the incentive in the world to do it. And he doesn't want to do that. I know he doesn't want to do that because he's a liar. And the only quote unquote power, which is empty and false, that he has is to kick me off his little show. That's all he can do. It's all he can do because he's a tiny little man child of a coward, little demon. I just want to say I'm going to drop down because I'm under the weather and I don't want to bother Jack. But I think you have the perfect panel here with Duck, Grace Thorpe, and Jack to give life advice on.
All right. Thank you for your time. We appreciate you.
No, you don't, because you kicked me off. You don't appreciate me. You don't appreciate me. That's why you get disrespect, because you show disrespect. And she giggles and cheers and claps her hands and shows once again what she is. Gary said, Jack, this is supposed to be the part where you say, why does any of this matter? Like you do to some other guests. He didn't mean to me. He meant that Jack says, why does this matter when I'm speaking? Look at this. King Stephen is so passive aggressive. They don't even know what passive aggressive means. There's so many fools in this realm. I agree with what Gary said, by the way.
Thank you, King Stephen.
I hope you feel better soon, quickly. Yeah.
Oh, I really believe you on that, Talcott. Closing your eyes, seething, raging inside, unable to handle me. You don't hope that I feel better soon. Why lie? But you know what, Jack? I hope you like this hell realm because you're not going anywhere. I know that. I don't care whether you believe me. It doesn't matter.
Get well soon. Get well soon, Stephen.
Demon games trying to get well soon, get well, and repeating to show that they're not sincere, saying it twice. Shows once again they're trying to rub salt in the wound, enjoying that I'm sick and wishing more suffering upon me, and then being demons saying, get well soon. And smiling and laughing and smug about it. Look at this. They show what they are. They always show you what they are. Life advice on.
All right. Thank you for your time. We appreciate you.
Thank you, King Stephen.
I hope you feel better soon, quickly. Yeah.
Get well soon. Get well soon, Stephen.
We have a list of trials and tribulations in the back, it appears. The so-called guests.
Sounds juicy.
in waiting.
I'm liking the topic. Queer heterosexual.
He calls them so-called guests. So-called guests waiting. Interesting.
We
Now,
still can't.
Jack is Nazi and didn't want to have that conversation with.
That's okay.
I don't know what I did. I'm sorry, guys. That's my bad.
Some of these people are very easily distracted. This is a new guest I've seen. Snafu, I see you. Stay patient. You know what? Actually, let me give some respect to Snafu because he was one of the plaintiffs in yesterday's participation.
Yes, he was.
Let's welcome
Yeah,
back.
this is
Mr.
not going to work until you get Grace the keys because, dude, you guys missed perfect content optics. And I got to be real. And this is because Jack gets eyebrows furrowed. And by the way, Duck, you didn't mention that you go on flows and eat ketchup, peanut butter, and jelly sandwiches. Why aren't you grifting
All right.
for fucking
It's okay.
Jack? Like, say
Don't
you'll
worry
eat a
about it.
massive ketchup taco with.
Don't worry about it.
Snafu, I have some positive news to tell you. Yesterday, the poll, most people agreed that neither of you were in the right, but when they did vote on you versus Apple, you did win the poll 25 to 10.
That's good. The optics speak for the other. But here, look.
Oh,
Grace,
and also, wait, can I just get confirmation?
Well, no, I did
I did cash app you. I did cash app you.
Steven showed up because you're sitting in the spot of the old co-host, and you guys totally missed that. And because Jack is Nazi and doesn't want to bring people up, and Duck can't bring the content, no offense, we could have had a sit down of why Grace was the better fit for Steven's spot. Now,
still can't.
Jack is Nazi and didn't want to have that conversation with Steven, and he showed up sick and everything, but you just put it off. Grace is new to the lore. She's new to the optics. You're going to have to give her the keys, Jack, so she could bring people in that you're Nazi blocking. That's all I'm saying, Grace. If this is gonna work, because it was really dull.
I don't think Jack has a
stupid, and we could have fixed it, and Jack's life skills could have been brought to the plate right there.
You worry so much.
I'm telling you, man.
I know you say a lot.
I know.
God bless you.
Eyebrows furrowed. Scrunch them down. Breathe like you taught me to do. No,
Snafu, you're not wrong. That I could see that being interesting
I know I'm
with
not
Steven
wrong,
because he's quietly seething that I've replaced him as co-host, and it is
big.
funny.
This
and,
is big.
He's big mad. So I don't think Jack has. I don't think Jack has a.
Stupid, and we could have fixed it, and Jack's life skills could have been brought to the plate right there.
You worry so much. Snafu.
I'm telling you, man.
I know you say a lot.
I know.
God bless you.
Eyebrows furrowed. Scrunch them down. Breathe like you taught me to do. No,
Snafu, you're not wrong. That I could see that being interesting
I know I'm
with
not
Steven
wrong,
because he's quietly seething that I've replaced him as co-host, and it is
big.
funny.
This is big.
He's big mad. So I could see that being funny. But
I just think
again,
we should get to
it's
the
Jack's
discussion.
choice.
There's people in the audience who think Steven was a good fit for the co-host, as he self-proclaimed, and Jack at times claimed. But I love the Jack. Keep rolling those shoulders. I know.
Do you think if
Can you dump me out? Who's backstage? Just kick me
but
out.
real quick, Snafu, is Steven had maybe been like a little curious about Grace's story, maybe about some of what Bennett said? Do you think that?
No, I think he came in here and did exactly what he wanted. He wanted to bring optics to the co-host replacement of Grace Thorpe, and Jack's a Nazi backstager, and you Duck kind of missed the optics. You should.
Yeah,
I didn't miss any optics that time. That time I was right, Jack. Sorry.
It's all right. Jack's the Nazi backstager, so we're going to take a break from Mr. Snafu, and we'll welcome back a newer ad. Welcome back, Zilzo.
What's up,
Hello,
everybody?
Zilzo. Welcome to the show.
Thanks. I thought I'd cam up this time.
You look
how's
great.
everybody doing? Are you all having a good day? Blessings to everyone. Grace and peace from the Lord Jesus above.
Okay. Yes.
Jack, we must find our peace. Okay,
I
let me get to it. Hold up. I have some questions.
So you're still seeking. Good. Please.
I have a comment for Grace. So, hi Grace, hope you're doing well.
Hello, thank you.
I'm Zilzone. I am an internet person.
Really?
So, from what I've seen from your content, and I think you are
out.
No, man.
Is this a soft? Is this a soft?
Recently, I don't even know the guy.
Brand, but like
Thanks, Doc.
To a paycheck, to a boss, to a relation. I do hope to speak to the Pope.
Yeah,
I do hope
that's
to
fine.
speak with the Pope. one
he
day.
warned people
So
the
do
other
I.
day. The other day too, the Pope actually, I forgot what it was. He warned people about the Gay Guy Coalition or something, but he was.
Okay. No, that's respectable.
But
I think people should do that.
If you have a certain amount of sincerity and directness and freshness, that kind of has intrinsic authority. You don't have to prove it. Yeah, what I'm saying is like sometimes authority comes from other like learning and like getting authority from institutions. Sometimes it comes from just talking about things truthfully and honestly and reaching people's hearts. And that can have real authority. That is also why people join cults, because some of those guys, they have authority through the way they're talking. They're just doing it for the wrong reasons. But
They don't do that independently, right? They do that because a cult leader says that, like a cult leader says something to them, and then it's like a trigger.
But it speaks
it's like,
to them. It makes them like they are attracted to it.
All right, perfect.
Jack,
we've
would
got
you
another
say,
one.
Hello, Hank.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was just going to ask, would you say that you're basically interpreting the Bible and history and kind of seeing how
Yeah.
they're melding together? Because a lot of people say, you know, religion is just affecting.
I was saying some facetious stuff in the chat over there earlier. The applause effect is great, so original. It's so great. And the air horn effect that she does, Grace uses. She's so original. She's so creative. She's basically just copying OTW and other podcasts.
affecting my life, and you're kind of seeing it more in like the whole picture, like how do these things affect history and where we're going. I don't think that's I just don't understand. I don't think that's really a divine claim. It's just your take on it. I understand you believe your take, as anyone would, but anyways.
Yeah.
Someone in the chat said this guy looks like he has one of those syndromes. I'm guessing it's about Hank, but maybe they meant Jack Talcott. I don't know. They didn't name the person. I said sarcastically, Hank will bring some laughs. I don't find Hank funny.
Yes.
We'll swing back. Hank, welcome to you.
I'm glad to be here. So, Jack, I think these people are getting confused because you're lacking little confidence. I mean, you have the God of the universe behind you, and you're not saying and you're not declaring it. They're just getting confused. Like let's read Luke 14:25-27. Now great crowds accompanied him, and he turned to and said to them, if anyone comes to me and does not hate his own father and mother and wife and children and brothers and sisters, yes, even his own life, he cannot be my disciple. Whoever does not bear his own cross and comes after me cannot.
Look how long that scraggly, old, ugly looking gray beard is. And I know the word is ugly, but I remember somebody saying years ago, ugly, and I just found it funny. Ugly. Look at that, ugly. Look at that, forehead and beard.
Not be my disciple. So it's pretty damn clear. I think if you're just more confident about your position, they'll understand.
Actually,
I'm following these.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, please, Grace, go ahead.
Well, I think Hank is right in a way, and I see this in both Jack and myself. Because, Hank, you got to understand, if you're saying, I think this and I think the Lord is behind me, people instantly say, oh, that's cringe. Oh, you think you're God's special child. You get a lot of shit for it. So it's hard to be confident in that. Because people will say you're using religion as a crutch. You think you have a special relationship with God. You sound cringe. And so, especially because Jack tends to be self-critical, it can be hard to really sell it. But I agree with you that he could grow in confidence. Yeah.
Yes, but if your God's weak and can't back you up, consider firing your God.
Well, maybe it's a human weakness and not a God weakness.
Could be.
That is what I'm trying to avoid. Thank you. I'm trying to. My path has been different than others. My path is clearly not that of Jesus. Miracles and such.
I wrote earlier, I'm laughing my ass off, loving this new format. I was laughing. I also wrote, seething is her favorite word. You're lower than Hank at Stephen gave it. I typed in there.
Knowing where to go and what to do. I'm flying blind just like everybody else, but I'm confident that what I've witnessed in my life is patterns in the world. The messages for me, it's the same as for all of us. We got to, if we fall down, we got to get up. You know, there's no quitting. You got to keep going. Even if the world says no, you got to figure out what is real, what is true. All of us do. So
What do you think is bad for a woman's self-esteem? But attempted rape must be even worse. Because not only did someone take away your dignity and self-worth, but you couldn't even get them hard. What do you think?
no. Grace, no.
Tough crowd.
So
Oh, wow. It looks like a super chat rolled in. Just some change that I threw in his face. I spit in his face.
Jack, even Ben can't get you to Peterson. Rogan. He could definitely get you to Jeremy Peterson. I guess you can't keep his name out of his mouth. I mean, I kind of think Jeremy Peterson's name from what I've seen from him. He's trying to push one guy, but he's a lame-o.
Thank you, Sanity. Sanity with the $2.22. Congrats to Grace Horp. Perfect fit for co-host. Thank you. Appreciate it.
I think he had a spelling mistake, King Stephen.
Oh, come on, Hank. You were trying not to laugh. I called her Grace Horp. Grace, congrats to Grace Horp. No, I think that's good. Jack was even giving a thumbs up over that. I'm going to capture it right here with him giving the thumbs up. I think that's good. That's pretty good. I'll do a screenshot like that. And she was smiling. She's happy to see the $2.22 Canadian, which is like 2 cents American, that I just grabbed and threw in their faces and said, here you go. Here you go. I spit in her face and had her read it. I knew she would. I knew it.
Thank you, Sanity. Sanity with the $2.22. Congrats to Grace Horp. Perfect fit for co-host. Thank you. Appreciate it.
I think he had a spelling mistake, King Stephen.
he's a fascinating character for sure. And Hank, doggone it, I just lost what you said. I'm sorry.
I did.
Doggone it, Hank. They're not paying attention. Golly geez, man. Golly geez, brothers and sisters. Golly geez, holy cows, man. Holy cows. Golly geez.
Did too. Can you say it again?
Yeah, it's like Ben couldn't stop talking about Jeremy Peterson, but he's
Oh,
lame. He's lame. I'm
Peterson.
sorry. Yes, Jeremy Peterson's
Peterson
lame.
is lame. He's been talking shit about me though too lately for whatever reason.
Has he?
I saw he was live. Yeah, I'd heard he had from chats, and I heard a couple comments of him. But I saw he was live earlier. I swung through, and what do I hear him saying? Talking shit about Jack and Grace.
So I spent about 2 cents American, which is what he'll get after YouTube takes its cut and after they convert the Canadian money to American. Jack and Grace will be able to fight over 2 cents. And they're all smiles, thumbs up. Look at this for a screenshot. All right. This is classic. This is hilarious. 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 I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it.
I was like, you little bitch.
Really? Oh my
Yeah.
gosh! Wait, can we review it? Do you know what part of his stream it was?
Oh,
I mean, is it worth it?
This is some proper juice. This
No,
is
it's
some
not.
juice. Let's go.
No, it's not. I mean, Ben keeps trying to put his dumb ass in front of you, and he's lame and boring. I was hoping,
okay.
I was hoping that-
Jeremy can be boring, but he's an interesting character in his own way.
Your father's trying to set you up as a loser. Keep him, just dump his ass. Dump them both.
No, actually, that's what you and Jack both said about. I mean, not exactly, but like you guys both had the same take on him when he was outside in the car. You were just like,
In the chat room, I typed hashtag winning. Anyway, I got my point across.
remember Hank, you said the problem with solve is self.
And unfortunately, Renner didn't do his job, so someone else may have to.
Unfortunately, what?
Winter didn't do its job properly, so someone else will have to clean up.
Yeah, it was the cops. Yeah.
it's fascinating. But regardless.
So, just for people that don't understand, Grace Thorpe has done content before showing and washing the skid-marked underwear of her daddy, Ben. She's also spoken about wanting to sell her panties. I don't know if she actually did or not, but sell her panties on YouTube. So I think what I said fits. I think it was right on target.
The gist, back to the idea of Austin. I saw another sign today, and actually, I don't think I talked to Mr. Landry about it, but I saw another sign today that got me thinking maybe I should fly back to Texas again soon. If not Austin, back to Dallas.
Did you ever get your hard drive back?
Not yet. That's one of the thoughts. I'll go visit Mr. Pye, get my hard drive back, and maybe say hi to Landry, head to Austin, go see if we can.
Again?
Oh, so you actually have connections in Texas. I mean, Rogan does host this show where you get to talk to him for 10 minutes. Sometimes. He doesn't always host it, but sometimes he's a guest host, and you can literally just, if your name gets picked, you'll go on stage and talk to him.
That's one way. I do think he and I may talk one day, but I'm focused. I know I'm going to gain some conversations and attention eventually. Hey, here we go. Called him right back up.
Well, cool, because I heard what y'all were talking about, and that's what I was telling you. I don't even know how long ago.
I know.
That's a good fit. Landry stinks like shit, and Jack is full of shit. They should meet up again. I knew they would. I knew that Landry deep down will suck Jack's ass and the other way around. I knew it.
It's, I mean,
Austin.
And you got a place, man. You got a little nice, cozy little cot. It's not even a cot; it's a damn mattress. That's for the.
A cozy little cot for Psycho Cot in a stinky, smelly, trash and junk-filled shithole of a room. Oh, that sounds great. That's where you belong. I typed Jack replace Hank with someone else in his chat.
Dogs. Right? They don't even have dogs. But I think it's huge, right? Because that is where the game becomes elevated to a degree that if we can just get you doing stand-up comedy, Jack, we're golden.
Well,
you
you
guys
guys
ever know
be the
about Ended
comedy so
Wars?
much per se because Jack isn't really trying to be a comedian,
Well,
but
but
he could tell a couple jokes.
He's funny.
No, I
Like,
agree. I think Jack's
and
funny.
Ending
He could
Wars
pull it
is
off.
Fun.
Actually, Jack could just do his normal show on the comedy club stage.
You could roast
He could do a minute of it. Yep.
Actually, it's along the lines of George Carlin. I mean, might get some laughs talking about the oppression and the taxation and the genocide.
You're no George Carlin, and George Carlin was a fucking sellout leftist anyway. How do you think he got, what, a dozen HBO specials? You're not funny. When have you said anything funny? Look at him smiling. They want to set him up to bomb on stage, I think. Landry has a demonic look on his face. They're absolute demons.
Side and all that stuff. People
Honestly,
laugh at it.
I honestly think you could get a minute and
This is it.
just riff. I honestly think
dude.
you'd get laughs.
I'll camp out there for a week just to make sure you get a minute.
I believe you, Landry. I love Texas. What part are you near Austin?
No, I'm in Dallas, but it's a 3.5-hour drive.
Because I was there.
They say Jack's funny as he's yawning away. He has to get stoned just to tolerate people. What the fuck is funny about Jack Talcott? Without it being laughing at his expense, in a sense, laughing at how disgusting he is. I typed in wash your clothes, Landry, in the chat. Jack isn't funny intentionally, somebody said. Tell Landry to shower before you meet again.
A while ago, I was in Port Lavaca with my dad. You know where that is?
No, what the hell is
It's
that?
near that island.
Galveston?
Is it Galveston? I forget. Maybe my
That's the
dad.
main.
And then in the chat over there, I quoted Alex Stein. Quote, "You stink like shit, Alex Stein," to Landry's face. You stink like shit.
Island everyone talks about.
But Jack, you don't even have to wait for these
It's a lot of
people.
fun.
You already know what you want to talk about. You live in Maryland. They have a lot of clubs already there, so you just walk down to
Look at
the
this
club
guy, dude. It was Bummer Central over here.
today.
You know, like, why not do just the
Corpus
same thing
Christi.
you always... That's
Corpus
it, okay.
Christi, that was it. Yeah, no, we were in Dallas. We were between Dallas and Fort Worth. We kept driving Lalo back and forth between Dallas and
Story.
Fort Worth.
Did you go to the Spaceball?
Yes, I think I did. I ditched Lalo at the Spaceball.
You left him there?
Yeah. I remember that actually. Yes. Yeah.
I mean, you can fly Jack out again if you want him tomorrow. I mean,
Oh, yeah?
Well, I mean, this sure looks like a setup for some IRL. Landry wants to host. He's willing to camp. You know, you guys should link up with Jeremy. You should camp out with Jeremy, and he wants to get on. He wants to get on Kill Tony even more than Jack probably does. Way more.
Is he willing to take a back seat for Jack?
Where?
A back seat for the
Oh.
Jack seat?
Jeremy wouldn't. No,
Jeremy
he's all
wouldn't.
about himself.
That's a problem.
No, Jeremy's incredible.
I wrote over there earlier, Landry, have you brushed your teeth yet this year, with a beaver emoji? I don't know how people could not laugh at that.
Passive.
then leave him behind.
Actually, you're right. Actually, yeah, I think you're right. He's an interesting character.
Yeah.
He's acting all tough and badass, trying to be all tough with me, but he really is kind of a passive pushover, isn't he?
Yeah. He tries to be tough, but like I told him once that I could tie him up and saw each of his limbs off individually and he'd just sit there and let me do it. Like he does not care. He texted me all this stuff last night.
leave him behind.
I don't know. Actually, you're right. Actually, yeah.
Yeah, Grace isn't a psycho at all. She's totally healthy, stable-minded. She's completely normal.
I think you're right. He's an interesting character.
Yeah.
He's acting all tough and badass, trying to be all tough with me, but he really is kind of a passive pushover, isn't he?
Yeah. He tries to be tough, but like I told him once that I could tie him up and saw each of his limbs off individually and he'd just sit there and let me do it. Like he does not care. He texted me all this stuff last night. Quit degrading yourself because I was wearing a piece of lingerie. You know I'm right. Quit that shit. You're better than that.
Oh,
Your
yeah.
Father in heaven loves you, and so do I. Never forget that.
I
Okay,
recommend
buddy.
you block his ass. I recommend you block his ass all the way back in December, but you haven't done it yet.
I don't care. It's funny.
I live my life based off of Hank's recommendations, to be fair. So. Can I have my weekly update, Hank? What do I got to do?
I gave it to you in PMs. I don't want them to steal it.
PMs. Okay, cool. I don't know what a PM is, but I'll take it.
I met this great guy in Texas named Uncle Joe. He was a Mexican oil businessman in this random town called Midfield. I met him at a bar. Him and
Hank be looking a little bit like an oversized Beetlejuice.
and his buddy Frank or something, they ran this like oil filtration company that was across from the bar, and so it was just this huge like oil, what do you call them, those big rigs, the big tanks,
Rigs?
Yeah, rigs. They had like 3 of them, and they had this little shed, and they gave me their homemade like wine and stuff. It was really cool. So
Was the wine the same as the oil?
no, it was very sweet. Mini oil refinery. Yeah, it was a mini oil refinery.
Ooh.
They were very nice. I still keep in touch with them on Facebook. Texas is full of very, very nice people.
There's a lot of Mexicans.
Ties to big
they're getting
oil,
rid of them
yeah.
now. They're taking them away.
Well, there's too many of them to take them all away. I mean, they're pretty established in Texas. There's
Well,
generations.
it's the Mexicans taking the Mexicans away, which is so funny because the news never says that. But like the Mexican cops come to, or the Mexican ICE agents come to get the, non-legal Mexican participants.
Mm.
This-
Well, Jack, we're coming up on 2 hours here. Are you feeling like? I feel like 2 hours is a good length for a show. Yeah.
I do too.
Come to Austin, my friend. I'll see you there.
You can fly him out. Landry, we could get this arranged. You can fly him out. Well,
Tough crowd.
So Jack,
Tough
even
crowd.
Ben can't get you to Peterson. Rogan. He could definitely get you to Jeremy Peterson. I guess you can't keep his name out of his mouth. I mean, I kind of think Jeremy Peterson's name from what I've seen from him. He's trying to push one guy. He's the name out.
Thank you, Sanity. Sanity with the $2.22. Congrats to Grace Horp. Perfect fit for co-host. Thank you. Appreciate it.
I think he has spelling mistake. King Steven.
He's a fascinating character for sure. And Hank, doggone it, I just lost what you said. I'm sorry.
I did too. Can you say it again?
Yeah, it's like Ben couldn't stop talking about Jeremy Peterson, but he's lame. He's lame. I'm sorry. Yes, Jeremy Peterson is
He's in his lane. He's been talking shit about me though too lately for whatever reason.
Has he?
I saw he was live. Yeah, I heard he had from chat, and I heard a couple comments of him. But I saw he was live earlier. I swung through, and what do I hear him saying? Talking shit about Jack and Grace. I was like, you little bitch.
Really? Oh my
Yeah.
gosh! Wait, can we review it? Do you know what part of his stream it was?
Oh,
I mean, is it worth it? I mean,
This is some proper juice. This
no,
is
it's
some
not.
juice. Let's go.
No, it's not. I mean, Ben keeps trying to put his dumb ass in front of you, and he's lame and boring.
No,
sorry.
look, Jeremy can be boring, but he's an interesting character in his own way.
Your father's trying to set you up a loser. Keep him, just dump his ass. Dump them both.
No, actually, that's what you you and Jack both said about. I mean, not exactly, but like you guys both had the same take on him when he was outside in the car. You were just like, I remember Hank, you said the problem with self is self.
And unfortunately, Renner didn't do his job, so someone else may have to.
Unfortunately, what?
Winter didn't do its job properly, so someone else will have to clean up.
Yeah, it was the cops. Yeah.
It's fascinating. But regardless, the gist, back to the idea of Austin. I saw another sign today, and actually, I don't think I talked to Mr. Landry about it, but I saw another sign today that got me thinking maybe I should fly back to Texas again soon.
Hi guys, well it's Tuesday the 17th of February 2026 and I thought I would do an old-fashioned energy check-in. How are you all feeling with what's going on in the world? Are you feeling overwhelmed? Are you feeling as though life just is speeding up? Are you feeling very traumatized? Because I have to say, I certainly have been, and I have not even been spending a lot of time on social media, but when I do, it seems that the Epstein files and all of the horrible stories pop up the minute I open Facebook, and it seems to be just shared everywhere, these horrific stories, one content creator after another. I'm not sure if any of you have actually gone into the websites to check to see what some of these files look like, or if you've read them. I've avoided doing anything like that, but even with this very small amount of exposure, I'm just finding it very overwhelming. And this is coming from a person who's known about these crimes and satanic ritual abuse and things like that for decades. I knew about this back in the 90s, and I'd been there wasn't a lot of information back then. There was a few, people, whistleblowers coming out, but it wasn't widely known about. And I think even for me, having known all of this stuff, I'm still just reeling and traumatized by a lot of it. I find myself waking up, and some of my first thoughts are always about the victims. I'm always thinking, I even have sort of seen or imagined some of the scenes that have been described in some of these letters and emails. And this is when we know that the world is it's at its sickest and at its darkest. But why is this being exposed right now, and why is it being explored in this way that is to do like a mass traumatization of everybody? I did share something on Facebook, in my Facebook group, about how, we're having to lift up a lot of the people that have just woken up to all of this, and it's a really horrible kind of version of I told you so. But even then, even a seasoned conspiracy theorist like myself, I am still reeling at some of the details of these stories. But this just sort of brings home the notion of, would we know about all of this if we weren't exposed to social media as much as we are? And I find myself questioning every single day whether I want to be on social media. This is partly why over the last year or so I've not been creating much content, is because I struggle with my soul to use platforms that could be used for good, and yet it's such a fine line between doing good with it and having to wade through, when you're a content creator, to have to wade through the despicable information that is out there when you're just simply trying to reach an audience. When you're trying to create content, you need to sort of keep up to date, you need to be creating content, and
Ireland's continuing to enjoy the bountiful benefits of open borders.
The man we're looking to identify is here in the centre of the screen, wearing a green and black North Face jacket.
Don't worry, I'm sure they'll provide a proper description once you see what he did.
As he walks past a group of people on Oliver Plunkett Street, he lifts his elbow and hits a woman in the head, knocking her unconscious.
I can't show the full clip for obvious reasons, but it was brutal. The video was all over X.
Now, he quickly made his way along Oliver Plunkett Street and away from the scene, and the victim was left with a broken orbital bone on her right eye socket.
Shocking moment of violence there, Greg. What
Yeah,
more
it
can
was.
you tell us about that man?
Okay, finally a proper description of this scumbag.
Yeah, he's believed to be in his late 20s to mid 30s and around 5'8" in height. Now, he had a stocky build and dark hair and beard, and as I said, he was wearing that green and black North Face jacket.
Yeah. Seems the more diverse Ireland became, the memo went out to stop even bothering to provide the ethnicity of the suspects. I love how they repeatedly highlight how he was wearing a green and black North Face jacket.
Green and black North Face jacket.
As if wearing a North Face jacket is an immutable characteristic. As if he won't just never wear this jacket again, knowing the police are using it as a primary means of identifying him. As if people wearing North Face jackets are particularly prone to randomly attacking women on the street. Sources confirm he was also wearing shoes. But not all green North Face jackets do this. Bloody North Face lot, giving us puffer wearers a bad name. In fact, describing the colour of the jackets they're wearing is increasingly becoming a common theme.
Heading to Harcourt Street.
What's up, everyone? Gratitude. Truly. I truly mean that. I have a lot of gratitude, compassion for. I mean, it's difficult with some people, some beings. Trust me, it's very difficult, but at the same time, I understand where they're at. You know, I understand. I can understand the program that's running, you know, and then which causes all this stuff and them to hate and avoid and being a lack of responsibility for their own beingness, you know. And so I try to get back to the compassion and gratitude. You know, I do stand in that more and more and more as I take more and more responsibility for my beingness, and I don't blame the outside. I don't care what other people are being or what they say on the screen or this screen that I see. You know, it doesn't matter what they say or do. It's like I have responsibility for me, you know, and in that responsibility, true responsibility, in that humility of admitting I was a piece of shit, you know, or wow, I was truly very insecure in this moment. You know, that responsibility, that humility has me deep in compassion. But, so, kind of lost kind of where I was, but let's get to I want to actually speak more on that because I guess we'll just talk about this in this video. You see this, and I'm speaking about myself and my experience and my beingness and this is me in humility about me. Not just pointing the fingers at other people. They're this, they're that. Oh, you think this, it's this. How dare you? You know what I mean? Like often people talk to me like I owe them something. You know what I mean? Like I owe them some type. It's very strange. But let me get back to what I was gonna say. So back to what I was saying in the beginning of this about understanding others, but also not having to hold their garbage, you know, because I've had other people hold mine, and I'm here to take responsibility now for me and my own trash and garbage, and to hold it for my damn self. So now seeing this in others, you know, and actually, sorry, let me go back to me. When I was in this, let me take a drink of water. Sedona water, shout out to AK. He's out there. So, looking at myself in this life, in the past, not that I want to be there anymore, or even, it doesn't even exist to me anymore, but let me revisit this and say, you know, I was very insecure. And so how this happened a lot, and it was a constant program in me that ultimately it wasn't my fault, but I take responsibility, you know, and to not drag that into the now, and to take responsibility for my own energy that I am admitting and receiving, what I'm giving and what I'm taking in. You know, what I was in was this constant lack, fear, doubt, shame, guilt. I mean, and it was often it always began with thoughts, you know, different thoughts of things, and worries and doubts and fears and lacking and not enough, you know, or they're thinking this about me. Or even if they are thinking that, who cares, you know? And then once I really once I was one with these thoughts, then the feelings came. But I'd rather call them emotions. The emotions came. Emotion's a better word for me to say it than feelings, but doesn't matter. So then the emotions came. And then once I attached to that and felt that was really me, once I had the thoughts as me, this is my thoughts, this is me, I'm one with the thoughts, now comes the emotions and the feelings, now this is me, this is how I really feel, then I became that energy, I became that frequency, whatever word, I became that, and that's what I was. And I actually dealt with this recently, you know, in certain things, like, oh, I had this doubt and worry about different things that I couldn't do on my own or whatever, you know. There's been a lot of that, actually, since I've been out here, of course. This program's been all the way through since I came here, my entire life. You know, I had moments of whatever, let's just, for time's sake, so, turns out none of it was real. Actually, everything that I doubted in myself actually wasn't true at all. And so going back to, so what was that? You know what I mean? What was it from? It wasn't me. Why would I do that to myself? Why would I want to doubt myself in these and continue in this loop of lack of some sort and to stand in that energy that I'm truly not? Why would I do that to myself? There's no way I would. So it's not me. So now rewinding to my whole entire life, it was like, wow, all of this was never me, you know? My entire life is insecurities, lack, fear, doubt, shame, guilt. I mean, you name it. That would constantly be running, and I would attach to the thoughts, then came the feelings, then came, I'm that energy of that. And it was never me, you know? And what was that? This is really deep stuff. And what I'm seeing is not to blame, it's not personal, because I understand the program and everyone has it, right? And I still have it coming up. But seeing it for what it is and being outside of it most of the time and seeing when it comes in and standing in that responsibility and that uncomfortableness as it surrounds you and tries to get you to attach to the thoughts and then the feelings and become that energy. Wow, it's deep, people. It is the liar, the matrix. It is this very intelligent program that is operating in almost everyone. And everyone's just ran by this for the most part. Just completely ran. And you know, when I was a so-called truther, which I don't feel that I was, but like when I was a channel, you know, talking about this, oh, they're this, they're that, NPCs, all this, that really wasn't me. That was me with lack of compassion, pointing the finger, with lack of responsibility and lack of humility and lack of seeing this internal mess and just pointing the finger, looking at everyone else. Oh, they're NPCs, this and that, they're lost, they're this, they're, you know, whatever labels we would give the NPC beings, like the normies. I don't know, whatever, what's the current new words? I don't know. So when I was in that, I don't know, whatever, what's the current new words? I don't know. So when, so when I was in that wasn't me either. And now I have this compassion where I wouldn't feel right calling them NPCs. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's underneath all of that. Honestly, like, is really all these people, all these bodies, human bodies, really underneath all of it, is there something authentic and a true energy occupying the body in every single being? I don't know, but I strongly doubt it. I'm not here to figure that out, and I don't want to really do that. And also, I don't want to lose my compassion. So I kind of wonder about that, but at the same time, I let it go. And just whatever is, and there's nothing I can do but just take responsibility of my own energy field, my own beingness, and just be, and let them just be, you know, and don't go up to them like, how are you, you know, and try to change them or label them or anything like that. So back to this program, this mind, these thoughts, and then it goes to feelings, and then it goes to this frequency that you become. And the frequency that you become often is what I realize is that it's a energy embodiment that is a character in the matrix. It's actually like it's on its frequency band. of the mind band, whatever you want to call it. So it's in this field. Once you attach to it, once you become that, now you're that, and now you're in that frequency field, and which has chords attached to it, to everyone in it, and you become on this timeline of, it's so deep, it's hard to put into words, but once you're attached to that and you have this chord, it's like then everyone else is corded to it, and you're corded to all of them, and you're just like kind of being used and everyone else to play this game. And it might be to be successful or to be in lack. I mean, you're going to be used in different ways, you know, and you're going to be a character in different ways. And you might be, you know, these ups and downs, or you might be in all these ups and happy or sad. I mean, it plays all sides of the game, you know, so it doesn't really matter. But you are a character in the game, and you are whatever this game or this matrix. I don't like to call it a game, but and once you embody that, you're that, and that's what pretty much everyone is. No judgment. It's just the truth. And I've been that, and I am that sometimes, and I'll admit it. But really, no judgment. It's just the truth. And I've been that, and I am that sometimes, and I'll admit it. But really taking responsibility for my own energy and who and what I am and what I embody, and clearing out all this trash and seeing it with no judgment, just seeing, only seeing it. No thoughts in it, no labels, no projections, just seeing. I almost see nobody that's not in it, not anyone. And it's very uncomfortable walking in this truth, extremely uncomfortable. But that uncomfortableness is surrounding me, but I don't let it get in, although it does sometimes, and I'll admit it. But standing in my own energy, in compassion, in humility, seeing through myself and seeing through out there, it's like, and having this energy surround me, but not becoming it, not embodying it, is like extremely uncomfortable, but also very comfortable and liberating. It's a lot of things all at once. But at that point, you kind of feel everything. When you're not in that, and you're in this character operating in this energy band of the matrix, when you're in that, you know, it's going to attach to your wiring system, your nervous system, your brain, you know, this whole wiring system, and actually have you numb from certain feelings and only feel certain things, and attracted to certain beings and unattracted to certain beings. So that's important too. When you're in, once you get the thoughts, you attach to it, then you get the feelings and emotions attached to it. Now you're that energy, and now you are attracting energetically situations, people, places, and things. And this this pull, and also this repel away from you. And often you're going to pull what you don't want. Truly, what you truly underneath it all does not want is going to be pulled to you. And the things that you do want, you truly desire, people, places, or things, whatever it is, you know, the truth that you truly desire is going to be pushed away from you, because you're not in the truth. So how are you going to receive the truth? How are you going to find it when you're not embodying it? And so see, this is very important, because once you let all that go and you stand in this uncomfortableness and know it's not you, and you don't attach to it, you don't embody it, you let go of the lack, fear, uncertainty, doubt, shame, guilt, you name it, and you just stand in your energy, feeling it all as is, with no filters, boy, is it a whole different, it's like I'm in a new body, you know? No? No? So that is the matrix. It's not out there. It's always been right here all along. This is the matrix I had to deal with the entire time. That's, I guess, my big point, you know, is it was right here. There was no matrix out there to be concerned about, or there was nothing to get to or a point to get to in this so-called life to battle the matrix and to put my foot down and say, no, I want out of the matrix. No, it was always here. It was always this right now moment, which is all that ever existed. And anything else isn't here to and shouldn't be here in this moment. And I'm responsible to stand in that, you know? And so very interesting, people. So with that, I guess I'll end it here. Everybody, gratitude. Recently I did turn off comments on the videos, but I'll possibly be turning them back on. But we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. But I know there's some people that's been supportive and never tried to, you know, project on me and things like that, and I appreciate it. So, but it's just something I had to do just for me. But with that, everybody, gratitude. See you on the next one.
Hello everyone. I'm trying to spare my voice, still feeling under the weather. This is El Diablo Radio International, the greatest show in hell. Nobody does it better. Nobody. Hope that you're enjoying the show. I'm not going to keep it running for too much longer. I'm getting tired. I'm going to get some rest. I'm going to share this here. This popped up. Labour MP. This is what they're dealing with. Looks like in England.
So this Labour MP just humiliated herself on live TV by claiming 5-year-olds can choose their gender. Yes, that old chestnut. I wish I was joking, but
I'm being serious. I'm being serious.
these Muppets in the year of our Lord 2026 still don't even know what a woman is. It's funny that they want to give so much agency to 5-year-olds to decide their gender, yet at the same time they want to ban under 16s from social media. Make it make sense. Also, Kemi Badenoch just proved why the Tories are still completely unelectable, so I'll show you that too. Let me just say here quickly, I don't care if adults want to change their gender. I really don't. Live and let live. But if parents are out there encouraging their children's confusion around their gender...
You can't change your gender. Gender is a made-up thing. They first tried to say sex is gender. Now they say that it's complete. You can't change what you are. No matter what surgeries you get, whatever drugs you take, your sex remains the same. There is no such thing as a sex change.
Or encouraging them to take harmful drugs or drastic surgeries. In my opinion, that should be considered against the law. I thought I was Superman when I was 5. I'm quite glad my dad didn't encourage me by letting me jump off a building to see if I could fly.
You thinking what I'm thinking, partner? Aim for the bushes.
The whole thing is ridiculous, and considering we're being invaded on our borders, and every single day our rights are being stripped away from us by this despicable government, I think there are far more things to be worried about than whether a 5-year-old boy thinks he's a girl. Let's not forget Starmer, the leader of this government, doesn't give a toss about trans rights, as he's flip-flop around like a fish out of the water for years on this. First he said one of his MPs misspoke when they said only women have a cervix.
Is it transphobic to say only women have a cervix?
Well, it is something that shouldn't be said. It is not right. But Andrew, I don't think that...
So Rosie Duffield should not have said that. Can you explain to people watching why she should not have said that?
Well, Andrew, I don't think that we can just go through various things that people have said.
He then completely changed his mind on it.
We saw protests this weekend in Bristol, as Paul mentioned, about the Supreme Court ruling. Do you believe a trans woman is a woman?
Look, I think the Supreme Court has answered that question.
So you
and
don't
I
believe
think
a trans woman is a woman?
Look, a woman is an adult female, and the court has made that absolutely clear. I actually welcome the judgment because I think it gives real clarity.
Then he refused to rule out that women couldn't have a penis, and literally couldn't even answer the question.
A woman can have a penis.
Nick, I'm not... I don't think we can conduct this debate with... You know,
sorry, have I offended you in some way?
No. It's just no. I just
a woman can have a penis.
I don't think that discussing this issue in this way helps anyone in the long run. What I want to...
A few months on, he said, "Well, of course, women don't have penises."
Can we resolve one thing? You will recall, a little while ago, we had a conversation about female and male anatomy. Annalise Dodds, your Women's and General Equality Secretary, says women cannot have a penis. Another of your senior colleagues, Stella Creasy, says a woman can have a penis. So, Keir, can we put this to bed? Who's right?
Well, look, Nick, let me take this head on, because you challenged me on this last time. And let me be clear, for the vast majority of women, this is all about biology, and of course they don't have a penis. We all know that.
And these people believe in absolute nothing. Anyway, let's get into these latest comments, but 2 secs. Truly appreciate everyone who watches these videos, and I'm very grateful if you did choose to like and subscribe. You can also become a member on Patreon if you want to support me. It's totally optional. Anyway, let's watch.
Can a 5-year-old go to school and decide that he wants to be called by a girl's name and that he is a she? Are you comfortable with that?
We've been clear that in primary schools we need to tread with a lot of care.
That didn't actually answer the question, Secretary. Are you comfortable with that?
Well, this was usually where it involves a parent's decision to support their child in that way. So part of the balance here is that, of course, often
But
parents
the child
will be
could just tip up
supporting.
at school, couldn't he or she?
Well, we think
Is that
this.
the right
We
way?
think
Did
this.
you know? Does everyone know at 5 whether they want to be a man or a woman?
That's part of what actually Hilary Cass said in her review, that in allowing children just to consider who they are, to behave in ways that might not be aligned with their sex or their gender.
Mhm.
So if a boy wants to wear dresses, we should just, if we allow that to work, children will experiment at different points. They will consider who they are. That just taking a watchful approach, not coming down too hard on that, actually reduces what we see in terms of children moving towards a more medicalised model. And the guidance that we've published, Dr. Hilary Cass has welcomed. She thinks it's the right approach in supporting children and their well-being. And I think it would be exceptionally rare for primary schools to be operating that. But I've also been clear that in anything in that space, unless there are very strong safeguarding reasons where a child is at risk of harm, parents should be involved in those important decisions.
Again, this woman is a total lunatic. She thinks it's fine for teachers to enable 5-year-old boys to wear dresses at school, and she doesn't think it's even necessary for the parents to be involved. It's total madness. Anyway, Kemi Badenoch, the Nigerian immigrant, literally she was born in Nigeria, and head of the so-called right-wing party. If anyone actually believes the Tories are on the right, I've got a bridge they might be interested in. Anyway, she's proved why her and the Tories are irredeemable tyrants who should never be in control of this country again.
I know that this problem is global, it is widespread, and it is about time that in the UK we do something about it. We need a ban on social media for under 16s. We need the government to stop dragging its heels. Social media is for adults, it is not for children.
Just to butt in here, the problem is it's not whether it's for children or not. A, that is the parents' responsibility to monitor what their kids do online. And B, don't be mistaken, all they want is for you to have to use your ID to get onto social media. Don't be fooled, it's not about children. It's about making you show your ID to use the internet, which will eventually be tied to a digital ID, which, in my opinion, will eventually turn into a social credit system further down the road. Don't forget, the Tories introduced the Online Safety Act, and now we have this Labour government using it to its full draconian force, banning websites and requiring you to show your ID to use the internet. Again, get it out of your head that the Tories and Labour are any different. They may put on a great show, but they're not. They call it the Uniparty for a reason.
Need to police the age. That is easier than policing the content. Let's have the freedom for adults. Freedom is not for children. I think it's important that we also know what it is we're talking about when we speak about social media. We're not talking about websites. We are talking about platforms that allow strangers to connect with children, send them messages, and provide endless content, often of a damaging nature. These platforms are designed to be addictive, and we cannot have a situation where tech companies are profiting from our children's anxiety, insecurity, and vulnerability. Social media is very difficult to supervise. I say this as a parent who is relatively tech savvy. It is impossible to ask parents to control this. They need help. We all need help. Children aren't always looking for this content. It's often pushed to them. And we need to make sure that we can keep our children safe.
Not my problem. Why should I have to show my ID to use the internet because you cannot control what your children do online? It's total nonsense. This is how governments operate. They punish everyone and restrict everyone's rights based on the actions of the worst in society. That's why we lost access to our guns. I'm sick to death of the boot on our necks by the authoritarian liars who care about only one thing, power. That's all.
Yeah. Sooner or later, the people in this country are going to realize the government does not give a fuck about them. Government doesn't care about you or your children or your rights or your welfare or your safety. It simply doesn't give a fuck about you. It's interested in its own power. That's the only thing, keeping it and expanding it wherever possible.
Anyway, thanks for watching.
That's part of an instrumental I've been working on. Madness. 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 Beautiful, beautiful madness. We bring the madness. We bring the madness. I made a few versions, a few different mixes of that. Monster Earth, Life Eats Life, and I named them differently, the mixes. That one is suitable, I think, for a film or for a video. I used a couple already, versions of Monster Earth, Life Eats Life, in some of my Esoterica videos, my newer ones that I posted. Pardon my voice again, people, my beautiful niggas, my niggas. I'm battling something and I'm trying to spare my voice, and I know my voice does not sound 100% like the golden voiced mad Viking that you're used to. This is Bashar debunks the quote reincarnation trap theory. So some fucking fraud in a Hawaiian shirt with fake space imagery behind him on a screen or whatever that is. I don't know if it's a green screen. Doesn't matter. Could be whatever. claims to be channeling a fucking alien, and claims that the alien debunks. You can't make this shit up. Every time I laugh, I start coughing, but you just can't make this shit up. It's too much. This realm is full of fucking zombies that will pay to listen to this. It's incredible what people will believe. If at times I've wondered if I wanted to get people to see what this realm is, would I have to do this to them? Is this what it would take to do a fucking stage show and just hypnotize them with this and theatrics and it's just ridiculous the level that humans are at. It really is. It's not even sad. I don't even. I just find it absurd, funny, darkly funny, almost impossibly fucking stupid. Is the level that people are at currently in this realm. Because they're at this level. They'll fill conference halls to go watch this. It isn't one or two people or 12 or 50 or 100 or 200. It's thousands. He can go across America and get thousands of different thousands watching them anywhere.
If you do curse at them, forgive yourself.
Hello, good day to you, Bashar.
Good day, good day.
I'm going to try to make this real quick because I know there's a lot of questions lined up.
Don't worry about the time. Just trust the timing.
Thank you. So part of my passion has always been with healing, in particular in relation to vibration.
What a gimmick this is. Vibration. He wants Bashar's vibe up his ass, basically. This is such a fucking retarded gimmick. I mean, I don't even know. That's at some point I'm almost speechless. It's gone to the degree that it's just it's like, what the fuck is this place that people will believe this? Bashar might as well pull a vial out of his butthole or out of what's his name? Daryl, I think, is the guy that Daryl something or other. Daryl Anka. And say this is a healing potion. It's snake oil. I got it out of a snake's fangs. It's literally snake oil, but this will heal you idiots of your gullibility, and pull it out of his ass on stage, and they would buy it. They'd line up to buy it. They're just, excuse me, these zombies, and people insist on calling, like, a lot of, well, call them beings. A lot of beings that come to my channel insist that, oh, they're not zombies, they're not demons, they're, Stephen, you're just arrogant, you're just calling them that, you're mean, or you're negative. How far gone would you have to be to buy a ticket to this and spend a goddamn weekend, and then go back year after year? It's almost unbelievable. Like, it's incredible that these are adults that do this. These are supposedly fully grown, matured adults that had a childhood, adolescence, teen years, 20-somethings. They're into their goddamn 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, and there's no helping them. There's no helping them.
Magnetic resonance. It's always been constant in my life. So I want to develop, or we have been planning a certain treatment based on this. And we have a doubt if, with open contact, this sort of giving of technology.
Open contact with what? You're assuming that fake shit that's just computer-generated graphics that you believe is Hubble Space Telescope images. You're assuming that's real and that these are floating planets with aliens on them. Like you've been duped a million ways. Open contact with what? With what? With the obscene, evil entities running this place that you people want to believe, or just fuck you zombies want to believe, or just are just loving aliens out there just waiting to help humanity. Like the naivete and gullibility in this realm it's completely off the charts. If there were a chart where 1,000 was the maximum, or supposedly the maximum that let's say smart beings in this realm predicted could be reached, the 1,000 red line level of a complete moron, gullible being. You know those cartoons where the thermometer gets so red hot that it just blows the fucking top off? It would blow right through that. The average fucking being in this realm is so far gone. They're so gullible and naive and fall for anything. It's again, it's almost unbelievable. I think you could get this guy on the screen very quickly, not taking years or a lifetime. You could probably get him to believe that it's healthy if he spent 20 grand of his own money to go to Saudi Arabia and have sheiks shit on him and tell him it's healthy. They're just so fucked up at this point.
Which will make these sort of developments obsolete.
Well, they will continue the idea of understanding vibrational resonance so that a lot of your science in the future will be based on the idea of frequencies, vibrations, resonance, in the same way that the individual on your planet, such as an example of Nikola Tesla, understood. So you will understand what he understood, and the introduction of extraterrestrial technology will take you to the point where you will understand what he understood and continue that tradition forward.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Alien Bashar, doing a little diamond sign with his fucking hands right there, which is Freemasonic, what he's doing right there. It's completely Freemasonic. Diamond in numerology is a 33. The word diamond equals 33. And he's using a diamond with his hands. He's doing a 33 right there in front of people, and they don't realize it. They're looking at his shitty looking Hawaiian shirt, and they're looking at his weird looking Elmer Fudd face or something. I don't know.
Information at this time, among other things. It's not the only thing, but yes, nothing is an accident. It's all timed out. So you're here at the right time.
Thank you so much, and I love you, Bashar.
Our unconditional love to you as well.
Unconditional love. Listen to this bullshit. From a being he claims to be channeling that's millions of light years away. It's just it's laughable, but people love it. They love the one thing I've realized being in this realm is the beings here do not want truth. They aren't curious minded to seek truth. They love lies. They love shit. They love shit.
Hello, Daryl. Hey, Bashar.
Hello, hello.
So excited to be here. Almost feeling anxiety.
So she calls him Daryl and then says hello to Bashar like it's a separate being. Like he's not just putting on a fucking act. And he's like, Bashar's like, hello, hello?
My full body is vibrating.
Excitement doesn't lead to anxiety.
Yeah. It's almost like on the edge.
No, excitement doesn't lead to anxiety.
Okay,
a negative definition.
So the alien Bashar is going to check her on that shit. He's like, no, you're not feeling anxiety. It's not anxiety. He's going to explain this shit to this humanoid. Watch this. He's going to explain it to her. Her body's vibrating. She's almost orgasming to meet this fucking fraud.
Almost like on the edge.
No, excitement doesn't lead to anxiety.
Okay,
a negative definition filters your excitement into the form of anxiety, but excitement doesn't lead to anxiety.
Okay, then it's excitement, then I
All
choose
right.
that.
It can be anxiety. I'm not saying you can't experience anxiety, just understand how that happens. It's your energy being filtered through a fear-based belief that creates anxiety. It's your energy filtered through a positive belief that creates excitement.
Yeah, maybe it's a fear of what I'm actually gonna hear.
Oh, all right. Let's see what happens.
Okay, all right. So
It is close to Halloween, yes.
Yeah.
Maybe something scary will come through.
I feel better already.
What are you afraid you will hear?
All right. Well, there is a lot of people practicing magic, like black magic, white magic, Santeria, all kind of spells. So I wonder what you can tell me about it. If someone with a wish and some kind of ritual could negatively affect my success in life and success in a relationship.
You cannot be affected positively or negatively by anyone. You are your own reality. Whatever you experience is being experienced, made out of your own energy, because you have agreed to match a frequency that they may be offering to you, but they can't affect you directly. You have to affect yourself, because you have a belief that says, I should match your frequency for some reason or another, positively or negatively. You're only ever, always experiencing your own energy. You cannot experience anyone else's. You are your own reality with its own energy, and you decide how you will experience that energy by your belief saying, I want to match or not match this particular frequency that this other person is offering me. I will match it or I won't for my own reasons. But no matter what those reasons are, positive or negative, you are always only experiencing your own energy and can change it like that.
Yeah. So about 2 years ago, I was involved in a relationship, a romantic relationship, where this is where I experienced this kind of work with the black magic, because someone just didn't wish me well.
So what?
It wasn't easy to
but
overcome
it's only
that.
not easy. Don't you understand? You're the one making it not easy because you believe they can affect you. So you're agreeing with them. Yes, you can make my life harder. You can make my life not easy, so I will make my own life not easy because I'm agreeing that you can make my life not easy. You're doing it to yourself. Otherwise, you could just say, so what? So what, you wish me ill? That doesn't mean I have to accept that. It means you're in your own reality and I'm in my own reality, and yours is based on fear and mine is based on love, and I don't have to buy what you're selling.
Got it. Yeah. Thank you.
That's what it means to give your power away.
Yeah.
It's not something you actually can do, but it means that you're agreeing to match your frequency to the frequency you don't prefer for some reason.
Yeah.
Stop doing that.
Yeah. So continue about these romantic relationships. So since age of 18, I've been going through a lot of romantic relationships, and I'm 44 and I'm still single, and I'm ready.
Who says you have to be in a relationship?
I'm just looking for the one I can...
Maybe you are too caught up in the idea that you need to be in a romantic relationship. First relationship you need to be in is with yourself.
Yes.
First and foremost. When you give yourself what you need, then it is possible, not inevitable, but possible to attract someone who will then reflect to you that you are giving yourself what you need, and they can help magnify that to you and support you in that. So remember, love relationships are not about actually, shall we say, getting love directly from the other person because you don't have love for yourself. It's about the other person loving you in a way that allows you to learn to love yourself more.
And physical and spiritual reality, like not only before we die. Be lucid and physical and spiritual.
There is some awe to it, yes.
Can we be lucid and physical and spiritual reality, like not only before we die? And was
yes.
Jesus like that? And if
Absolutely.
he was, why is that? Why he is said to be both God and man?
In a sense, it's a representation that you understand that physical reality is a dream and become lucid in that dream. Did that answer your question?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
All right.
And my mom wanted me to thank you for helping her be a better parent to me and my brother, and the information that you give helps her be a better person.
That is her choice to be. Even though we may share information with all of you, you have to take it and apply it in order for a change to occur. So don't forget to thank her as well.
Thank you, I love you.
Love you too. And of course, thank yourself for being a teacher to your parents.
Hello, Tadeo.
Good day, good day. Nani?
It looks like it's time for the next phase.
Oh, all right. Do I have to come in now, Mom?
Do you want to go on for a little longer?
One more question.
There was somebody waiting in the wings, so if she would come up.
Good day, Bashar.
Good day, good day.
So, one of our conversations, you said the hybrid kids call me Nature Bunny. And my excitement lately has been getting messages from nature with people. And when you talk about channeling, you say a lot of times it's helpful to have questions to ground the information.
Yes.
But I don't get questions from nature, I just get messages. So it feels like the excitement just takes me to a path or to a trail. And then synchronicity will bring my attention to a plant or a tree or a bird, and then the message will come through.
Yes.
And so the excitement is, it feels like they have a lot that they want to say to other people.
Yes.
So next step, it feels like bringing people with me on these nature trails.
Absolutely. Be a nature guide.
Okay. And there's a component that feels exciting about teleportation keeps coming up. And I know that's something that we're doing all the time.
Yes, you are. That's how you move, through teleportation. But you do it so smoothly you don't know that you're teleporting.
Yeah. And so what's been happening for me is the lucidity of feels like it's not even physical. So I have my awareness in multiple realities, I guess, or multiple experiences at once.
All right. Do I have to start calling you Lucy?
Sure.
All right, Lucy.
Okay, thanks. And so what's been, what feels like a gap is sometimes it feels like I want to have multiple experiences and physical. So being in one location at the same time, or one location, two locations at the same time. That's what I meant to say. Can we talk more about that?
You are not in multiple locations at the same time. Multiple locations are in you at the same time.
Right.
So when you start seeing it and feeling it that
It's
way,
the awareness of
something may happen that way if it is relevant for what needs to occur.
It's happened before. It feels like it's fleeting, so it doesn't feel like it.
Then you have to trust the timing
Okay.
and the relevance of it when it occurs and when it doesn't.
Thank you.
Just let it flow naturally.
Thank you.
Is that all right?
It's so all right.
All right.
Thank you. The other thing that just popped in is experience I had recently with humpbacks and orcas together in harmony.
Yes.
So there was a humpback with their calf and orca with their calf all
Yes.
together in
Yes.
harmony. And so I know that I'm allowing that more and more. My question is about, you talk about they're reflecting to us the predation when they hunt one another.
Yes.
And
also different levels of the vibration and energy from the star system of Sirius.
Can you tell me more about that?
Not at this time.
Okie dokie.
Will that do?
That will do.
Thank you, Lucy.
Thank you.
Good day.
Okay.
All right. So we thank you for this co-creation, this day of your time. I remind you, mathematics in our civilization is...
My friend who's a mathematician, what does mathematics look like in your civilization? And what is the most interesting theorem about whole numbers and number theory that you are aware of?
Inevitable, but possible to attract someone who will then reflect to you that you are giving yourself what you need, and they can help magnify that to you and support you in that. So remember, love relationships are not about...
I love you. Spiritual reality, like not only before we die. And was
yes.
Jesus like that? And if
Absolutely.
he was, what is that why he is said to be both God and man?
In a sense, it's a representation that you understand that physical reality is a dream and become lucid in that dream.
Next question is from me. I have been reading a book I bought from Amazon about reincarnation. So it says the reincarnation system is a trap that we need to escape.
Nope. Not true. The idea, first and foremost, again, please remember, everything exists at the same time. All lives, all people, all exist at once. In much the same way, again, by simplistic analogy, you have a television program playing on one channel, but you have hundreds of other programs playing at the same time on other channels. You just don't see them because you're not tuned to that frequency. But when you change the channel, you get a different program. But all the programs are playing at the same time. So all people that have ever existed exist now, right now, side by side, all here, all now, on different frequencies. So reincarnation is an experience within the soul can create within itself, but the truth is, the mechanics of it is that all experiences exist all now. And what you're doing is you're connecting energetically to other people that exist right now that you may think of as the past, but are now existing, and you download information and experience from them to aid and assist you in this life, as they may be doing with you by downloading information from your life to aid and assist them. But the way, from linear time perspective, you interpret that connection is as a memory. Oh, I remember being that person. It means you're simply tapping into that person. But from the linear perspective, you treat it as a memory because you think in terms of past, present, and future. So it's not a trap, it's something that is dynamically changing all the time. And when you die and go back into spirit, when you wake up into spirit, you are always given a choice as to what to experience next. So there's no such thing as a reincarnational trap. There's no such thing as a soul trap. Just examine all the experiences and all the reports that people have given of near-death experiences when they go into the spirit realm and come back. Not one single one of them has ever said anything about their soul being trapped. Just examine all the experiences and all the reports that people have given of near-death experiences when they go into the spirit realm and come back. Not one single one of them has ever said anything about their soul being trapped.
Thank you. Can I ask one more personal question?
Well, that was a question. Do you want to ask another question?
Yes.
You don't have to ask if you can ask a question. I guarantee if it's not appropriate, I'll tell you.
I appreciate that. So I'm a software developer and I'm pretty good at it. However, I'm confused about if I'm passionate about it or not.
All right.
So when I am doing that, like the coding, debugging stuff, I really enjoy it. However, I have a huge trouble to start doing the thing. And I have other things that I really enjoy, I'm 100% sure I'm passionate about, which I never had a problem to even start to do. But for my job, I have always wait till the last minute when I have to do it. But once I start,
all right, well, you're saying that you prefer the creative pressure of shortening the amount of time in which you need to do something.
That's part of it, I think.
That can be a valid technique as long as it works for you and doesn't stress you out.
It does, a lot.
All right. Is there another way you could be going about doing something, about starting something? Was it a...
This is a sick and twisted case. Julie Rizzatello, a former English teacher at Wall High School, groomed and sexually assaulted 2 students. One was just a freshman. And even worse, she apparently got pregnant by one of them and then terminated the pregnancy and told him that this all happened when they had unprotected sex on his birthday. So now a judge has officially handed down her sentence, and we're going to break down exactly what happened inside that courtroom. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. All right, quick 180 before I go into all this. I know I always talk about sponsors, but when I'm passionate about one, I got to tell you, Proof wallets. Okay, I started hearing all about these wallets. People are like, this is the best wallet I've ever had. I'm here to tell you, the hype is real. First of all, you know what I love? Proof Wallets, it is a veteran-owned company, and it's built by craftsmen who take pride in what they make. It's clear, look how well these are designed. Also, super secure. Not only are they RFID blocking, but they also hold up to 25 cards without feeling bulky or like anything's gonna truly were. A former English teacher at Wall High School, Julie Rizzatello, somebody who was entrusted with shaping the young minds of our future, is now headed to prison. Prosecutors described it as textbook grooming, a sexual relationship with a student, nude photos, witness tampering, and then I gotta say, one of the most shocking revelations of all, after encouraging a teenage student to have unprotected sex on his birthday, she told him, again, like I mentioned, she was pregnant and then later terminated that pregnancy. When we talk about the harm that is inflicted upon the victims in cases like this, I think it kind of gives you an idea, right? We'll talk more about it. But I will tell you, these are details that were really illustrated, painted out in court, that I think lay out just how disturbing what we're talking about really is. And now you have a judge who has handed down her sentence. What was the sentence? What was the prison time? Oh, we'll talk about that. But I want to break it all down, and I have to start from the beginning, okay? Julie Rizzatello, English teacher, Wall High School. It's right on the Jersey Shore. She had been there since 2013. Familiar face in the hallways. Again, someone parents trusted with their kids. But then you go to the spring of 2024, and school officials learned of allegations after a student discussed the relationship with peers, with friends. The student had been talking to his friends about something happening between him and the teacher. Those rumors eventually got back to the district's Human Resources Department. And to their credit, they did exactly what they were supposed to do. They reported it immediately. They called the police. That call triggered an investigation, and on July 3rd, 2024, Rizzatella was arrested. Now, at first, according to an affidavit of probable cause that was obtained by NJ.com, prosecutors said that she had been involved in a sexual relationship with a student who had just turned 18 in 2024. They alleged she had sex with him multiple times between April and June of that year, including in his car in Brick Township in May 14th. And investigators also said that she sent him nude photos and that the two had, quote, numerous communications that were sexual in nature. And just before her arrest, according to court documents, she allegedly asked him to delete those messages. See where that witness tampering charge comes in? Now, the day after her arrest, Wall Township School Superintendent Tracy Handerhan sent a letter to parents, and in it she wrote, quote, "We recognize these matters have an impact on the entire school community, especially our students. I ask that you be mindful of our students' well-being during this difficult time. If you believe your child or if you know of a child that is in need of support, please consider reviewing the mental health resources available."
You're still asleep? Wake up!
An unfortunate reality of the human condition in this world is that most humans are unconscious. And in that lower three chakras, animal man level of consciousness, and to the degree that you understand that and the manifestations that are brought forth from that level of consciousness, it's a testament to how and why the world is what it is, and why contemplating things like consciousness, rising in consciousness, and higher faculties, and other such things, I think it's so foreign to people because there's so few examples of it on the earth. Most people are led like fucking sheep. They don't think for themselves, so they're going to be influenced by that which is in the external environment. And when you consider what the external environment is in this reality, as far as, well, number one, the behaviors coming out of humans, and number two, which is a much bigger thing, is what's being pumped into their heads, which is the garbage that goes in that ultimately creates the garbage that goes out. Consciousness is a big deal. It's a really big deal. And when you just look at, in your mind, on paper, however, this model of the 7 chakras and the dividing line from the lower 3 and the upper 4, and the difference in, well, goddamn everything, just about, that you get from a human that is locked, trapped in that lower 3 chakras consciousness. And there's just so many different variables of the types of negative, animal-like, unconscious, knuckle-dragging, mouth-breathing, fucking emotional children, adult children, etc., 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 through that level of consciousness. I think that's fair. That's not me being critical. That's just looking at it from the perspective of a mature adult with, or a mature man with a level of knowledge of psychology and things that the average person doesn't have. So when I look at people and I look at the world, this is what started to bring forth this concept in my mind of the lower 3 chakras, man animal, and contrasting it to the upper 4 chakras and the types of manifestations that we see coming out of man or woman, where and when they've breached that barrier of the lower 3 and begin exploring consciousness, like really exploring consciousness. Not this new age numbing agent bullshit, beliefs-based bullshit of it's all love and light and we're consciousness warriors, man. Because there's so much sugar associated to that level of woo, and it's just horribly not true. It's a real journey of consciousness, and you're going to will it to be so for you to do the work that's necessary to evolve yourself. And part of that journey in your evolution is achieving, how do I say it? Achieving, what am I trying to say? Is, well, breaking that barrier. Because, again, you've got heart-based intelligence. You've got higher mind. None of that is generally available to the lower three chakras. Emotionally driven, emotionally immature, unconscious, generally unself-aware of themselves, general population, herd masses of unthinking bipedal herd animals. That's the condition that most of us are born into. I think the vast majority of the world, if not all of us, are born into that condition. And why some people wake the hell up out of it and others don't, I do not know. Because, well, I don't have the magic wand of consciousness or unconsciousness. I just see it as a condition because I've had to suffer so much at the hands or behest of those who are not conscious. And when you look at the games of control, when you look at the games of ego, when you look at the games of the lower three lower three chakras, consciousness level, animal man, and what that shit gives you, it is a really challenging thing to live in this world, because here's the thing. If you're conscious, if you're awake and you're aware, there's no caste system for us out of the fucking herd. You see what I'm saying? And we are, I hate to sound critical, it's just the harsh truth. We are utterly surrounded by these people. And those of us who are knowledgeable, conscious, awake, even moral these days, stand out like a sore thumb. Unless we just sit there with our mouths shut and don't engage anybody and just tolerate the utter buffoonery and immorality and all of that other lower three chakras man-animal shit. And all the people in the lower three chakras man-animal condition, they're intelligent enough to recognize, for instance, that you're talking about them. And then they get all butthurt. Their egos get bruised. Then they don't like you. They think and they see in their head that you see yourself above them. It's not even a matter of that at all, even though that's actually true in a context, because you've done the work, that you've climbed that mountain, so to speak, so that in a certain sense, yeah, you are a bit above them or a lot above them. And if you're still living amongst the herd and you have to suffer the fucking fools of this world and their unconscious fucking behaviors, their lack of self-awareness, their fucking ego, these unconscious animals and their egos, these bipedals and their fucking pride, their emotional triggerability. And I've seen this out of humans that are my age, older. I've seen this out of people who are the age that my parents would be, my age and younger. And I've just been looking at this shit and I'm just like, fuck, man. What a naive human I was back in 2014, thinking there's no way that any one person or an army of them is going to heal these people. The devolution is too great, the degradation is too great, the genetic effects are too pronounced, and when the genetics starts to deteriorate and propagate, you have a real problem on your hands. You're well on your way with a lot of momentum on a devolutionary track. Now, combine in there the willful evil at play, and it's not all conspiracy theory and stuff. Literally every layer of the world, as far as the control mechanism, and it's to the degree that you can see that it's always been there. They've always been psychopaths. They've always been control freaks. They've always been. This is the pattern in history. It shows that when you pull back and you look at this shit, this ruling class is the class that herds the rest of us. Some will say it's just them being greedy and wanting to keep all the toys and the money for themselves. And then others look at it from a perspective of, hurting them and they're members of the species that are working or not, give or take. You could say they're sellouts of humans or they're non-human entities that look human, that are effectively hurting the herd, corralling the herd, manipulating the herd, influencing the herd. Once you start to see and put together for yourself that there's utterly nobody upon this earth but us to take any of these people to task because they control everything, they're into everything, they have access to and or influence and or control, partial or complete. Money provides that to a large degree of every single mechanism of influence upon this earth, and most of it is social engineering or media, television, Hollywood, and the level of influence that you get there, since they understand how the young developing minds of children into teen and early adulthoods develop. Oh, they weave a lot of themes and agendas and shit to get into the minds of developing kids into teens and all that stuff through games, through anime. And if parents aren't playing games and watching this shit, they don't even realize that that's an area where the proverbial enemy. And when you start looking at all of these technologies and all of the stuff that it provides us to consume into our being, garbage in, garbage out. The stuff that we're consuming into our being from this external 3D world is what is forming, molding, shaping, crafting, influencing, and those types of things. Your beliefs, your perception, how you see the world, the lens through which you see it. And if it's being formed and for you through all the information you're taking in that they're creating through their mechanisms of manipulation, how real and accurate do you think that your worldview truly is? And how much do you think you really know and understand how the world, and to a degree to how deep you want to go, and reality actually works? I don't think people think about this too much at all. Because consciousness and becoming a better person really isn't all that popular in this world. Trying to rise above, you'd spend an easier time trying to pull the tooth out of an angry lion than convincing humans that they ought to rise above. And then explain to them all the things that there are to rise above, show it to them, because they've never thought about it. They don't even recognize the depths of their ignorance. They don't recognize their ignorance. They're not even offended at their level of ignorance or their level of the lack of self-awareness. That's a big thing you see with these lower three consciousness, the lower three chakras, man-animal type people, is a lack of self-awareness and all of those various things. When you start looking at it, it's just, I want out of it. Where do you go? Where there's conscious beings that aren't so fucking space cadetted out and disconnected from reality that, they're walking around with their daughters named Moonbeam and Starchild and just all this kind of ridiculous shit. I mean, actual true conscious fucking people, man, that are adult, that are adult. That's the wrong, I keep using that word because we've used it all our lives, that are mature human beings that don't play emotional games and all the lack emotional intelligence and self-discipline or self-control at just some fucking fundamental levels so that you can achieve some level of fucking harmony. You just, no. You steppy daddy. Fuck, I've seen it from old people to fucking, Z-Geners and all points fucking in between, 20-somethings, 30-somethings, 40-somethings, no generation and no age, decade of like 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s is immune from this part of the human condition. When you take into consideration what I've explained about the way in which humans as children, to the degree that this happens to a substantial portion of people growing up, to the degree that they're traumatized in whatever area of development or life that they are, however it affects them, whether it's amazing. That puts that block, that barrier, that mountain or mountain range, that part of their development will never get past unless or until they heal. That's pretty much how it works, pretty much all the time. And since most people don't heal, You got people who are quite developmentally stunted. It could be just simply through the trauma and the emotional stuff didn't grow and develop. And if they just heal the trauma through, doing the work that's necessary, then all of a sudden the shit would grow and they would mature and exponent. But this is not common knowledge. This is not the way people think. You put this in front of people and explain things about trauma, wounding, the inner stuff, all this. It's foreign to them. They don't understand it. The concept of healing for so many people in the general public, the general population, their egos will say that they're just perfect. There's nothing wrong with them, or whatever. It's just crazy. So the condition of the vast majority of people is, as I've so affectionately referred to it so many times before, hammered shit. It's just bovine scatology with. What's that dude's name with the hammer, the big hammer and the watermelons? What the hell's the guy's name? Gallagher, that's the guy. So imagine, that's effectively what you get. It's my observation. It's what I see. It's what I'm witnessing and experiencing as I go through life, as I talk to people, as I interact with people, whether it's on the streets, at work, in a store, it's on the street, whatever it is, whatever. It's just, there's so few conscious people. And we're in a place in the world today where even conscious people, if you will, are skeptical of even each other. Because you never know who the fuck people are. And the more conscious you become and the more experience you have with people, you start realizing, yeah, you never actually know who the fuck somebody is. You never know what their agendas are. You never know what their motivations are. You never know until you're fully involved, whatever way, fully committed, whether it's a friendship, a business partnership, or a romantic relationship, whatever the fuck it is, whatever kind of relationship or related state. And then the reveal of who people truly are. Because it's crazy how few people walk around as their authentic self. You have to wait for that big fucking reveal to take place. And generally, it's after you've already committed based off of, what you saw up front. And it's generally never the whole deal. You see what I'm saying? And once you're committed, well, silly you, if the big reveal shows that you've got a whole fucking hot mess of bullshit on your hands. I never used to hate humans, so to speak. 10 years later, after analyzing the human condition and seeing what I've seen to the degree that I have, I'm just stuck in this place of, it's just hard to put into words. Sometimes if I'm like, I don't know, in a particular emotional way, it's easy to just say, it would be better if it all went away. Because this is all so insane. But see, so many people have no idea what would bring someone to say that. Their lower levels of knowledge, awareness, consciousness, or anything would respond to that. And it's like, these are people that I don't understand how or why they would be even drawn or compelled to listen to somebody like, for instance, myself. If what I say is so fucking far and beyond what it is someone thinks, believes, has ever learned about, taught themselves about, been taught about, whatever. Nope, I have a belief, and this is what... And this fucking whole internet thing, everybody seems to think now that if you don't agree, if you fucking disagree with whoever it is on the internet, that since comments are a thing, that somehow you have a goddamn right to open your shithole on the internet and just shit all over somebody that you don't agree with. Well, the internet is much like TV. And if you don't like what you hear on TV, you don't get the opportunity to shit on the TV. You know what you get the opportunity to do? Is to exercise your motherfucking maturation and free will and change the motherfucking channel. But on the internet, it doesn't work that way to such a large degree. That's why truth tellers have blocked lists that are very extensive, because it's amazing how these dumb fucking animals come out of the woodworks. They're unconscious. They don't recognize it. They feel like they need to be heard. It's their right. And it's just like, and when someone's teaching things that they've never been taught and they're too stupid to recognize, what's being said, then triggered by what's said, and then feel some emotional, and then they feel compelled to want to respond and think that because they're emotionally charged in the moment by something that they don't understand and don't have, and their opinion is inconsequential, somehow they feel compelled as if their opinion, the whole concept of the way psychology, human psychology, is either going or is developing amidst all of the traumas and things that stunt the development of human psychology, human emotional EQ, emotional EQ. And we got so many goddamn adult children upon this motherfucking earth. And when you start thinking about it, do children make decisions for themselves? Nope. Well, look what happened in the last 6 years and all that stuff. Have the adults been making decisions for themselves, or are the adult children making? No. Government's making all those decisions, and think about it. This is so the psychological onslaught that you can start to see form that I'm talking about comes through generations of the social programming, just generations of social engineering, generations of taking in the poisons and toxins of the Hollywoods, and, well, in the last 20 years or so, the porn industry and all that stuff, the music industry, and all the satanic obviousness of it all, and just the poison, the hypersexualization. And parents are too caught up in their own lives, or whatever it is, to care about what their kids are taking in. And I'm just like, how do you reverse this shit? How do you get through to them? And there's no reversing it, and there's no getting through to them. And then being something that's different than them amidst the crowd, they don't recognize you as something unique. No. You're something to be shunned because you can see what they are. It's just so fucking crazy. It's like, I'm not kidding you. This world for me, waking up after all the ayahuasca that I did, waking up, I was already awake. But then the ayahuasca tore some more veils off my eyes, and a handful of other things went on. And started analyzing and ruminating and grinding on things that, I'll be honest with you, I never did before. And when you start looking at things through a different lens, you start seeing, or when the veils have been torn off your eyes because of the work that you've done, that most humans won't do, you no longer have any veils covering the lens of your perception, and you begin to see with a clarity and acuity that you never did. And then everything becomes so repugnant and horrid once you start to analyze it. See, I was never otherwise compelled to analyze all the layers and levels of the human condition, the human design, the human engineering, and all these other things prior to ayahuasca and the Jezebel that I met through the ayahuasca thing. Once all that combined, that just put me through the fucking, I don't know. And I analyzed everything at a level that I don't think most humans have. I never, damn sure don't hear most humans talking about a lot of the things that I do relevant to this stuff. And it's amazing to me that the things that I say don't draw more attention from intelligent minds that want to further unpack it. It's actually attracting more trolls. Now, I understand the control mechanism at YouTube and even over at Bitchute. It's not as friendly as we think it is over there. And there's a lot going on to make sure that people who speak truths that so horribly rub shit in the face of the narrative that these assholes that run everything are feeding us, they are willingly going out of their way to stifle those voices. There's one thing I do know. I know that I speak truths on a level that few do. And I think something knows that I speak truths at a level that few do. That's why my shit has not spread, my content has not spread, and I don't suspect the vast majority of my subscriber base are truly my allies. And that's the sad thing. When you come to that realization and realize the vast majority of your subscriber base on BitChute and on YouTube are not your allies, and they never were. It's just like, what the fuck? Again, reality not working the way you would ever think it is. When you do what it is that I've been doing on the internet, trying to crack minds and explain to people through work that I've done and experiences that I've gone through that most people never will, and I hope they never have to go through those experiences to learn the lessons. Just listen to... Anyway, it totally doesn't work that way. Humans are pride-filled, ego-driven fucking animals. You won't get through the barrier of pride, ego, skepticism, cynicism, their own fucking beliefs, their own ignorance, all this fucking ridiculous shit. It's crazy. So no wonder Mark Passio quit doing what he was doing. No wonder Chiron Last quit, because it's truly a thankless thing. And to attract more trolls and parasites and things like, you know, that asshole, it's just, what the fuck would you ever think? How no one would ever logically, rationally think that anything like this would happen. I mean, think about it. From one context, even though it's a religious context, and it's basically all lies and deception and trickery and deceit, but in the story of the Son of Man, Son of God, walking the earth, Jesus, they threw shit at that guy. They gave him a hard time. Trying to be, I know it's an allegorical story from a fucking false biblical narrative, blah, 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 given to us by a group that wants to control. I get all that, but it's just an example. It's like, holy shit, this world sucks. So do the humans, so fucking bad that because of ego, pride, fucking traumatization, emotional goddamn adult children, literally, grown adult children, and I mean it that way, adult, D-O-L-T, said as adult children. That's what these people are. And when I just think of the fact that through the almost million views that I'm pretty sure I've had across multiple platforms, the fact that some of this stuff has not spread organically, it's a testament to the fact that my audience on the online is nothing that I would ever hope for. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I would expect I would be talking to hungry minds, because I don't sit there and listen to garbage on the internet that's not feeding my mind, teaching me something, or I don't know, I guess a little confirmation bias every once in a while where you take it in something you kind of already understand and it just kind of confirms, something like that. But shit that I wholeheartedly disagree with, principled factor is completely opposite. Ideologically, it doesn't jive with me, blah, 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 blah. I wouldn't sit there. Once I started to realize, oh, this is not my, boom, done. I'm out of there. And it's like, why the fuck? I don't get it. But then again, when I start to think of the psychological profiles of most of the people that live their lives online, well, it starts to make perfect sense why none of it fucking makes sense. Because when I start to understand the psychological profiles of the people in all the categories that they fit, in the people who live their lives online, the incels, the gamer boys, the fucking people on various spectrums that are out there. No wonder it's so few regular people, because most of them are out there working the grind, making the money, paying the bills, raising the kids. Ain't got time for all that shit. And when they do have time, I can almost guarantee you, most people don't want to spend their time on, quote unquote, that shit. They've got better things to do. Therefore, that has us stuck in a major fucking quandary now, doesn't it? Because everybody's in their own camp with their own reasons why they're doing what they're doing. Nothing's changing except the evil in the fucking world and the billionaires and all the people that control the world and the governments and all the stuff and blah, 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 blah. That's all moving forward. It's all gonna... But humans, nope. It would be just poetic to watch most people perish because they're so goddamn pride-filled. Amidst the gravity of what's been going on, people haven't woken the fuck up. They haven't truly, meaning the masses, haven't snapped into fucking consciousness, haven't snapped into an awareness of all of this shit. And all this shit that's been such a massive taboo, of however many, should be destroyed at this point, because people are now awake and conscious, and these taboos no longer matter because we see the lies, we see the bullshit, we see the manipulation. But no. Herd animals will be herd animals, whether they're on 4 feet or 2. Isn't that right now, boys and girls? Herd animals will be herd animals, whether they're on 4 feet or 2. Isn't it so interesting that you can overlay this concept of the cattle rustler and his what do you call him? Or the rancher and his cattle and the cattle rustlers, and what they're doing to humankind, and overlay that model, the sheepdogs, all that stuff, to humans. And you can't have that conversation with most people. And if you could, they might understand it at a surface level. but getting through and going below surface level. This is the masses, goddammit, and there's nowhere to go. There's nowhere to go. The whole world's basically fucking unconscious as the day is fucking long. I don't know how to articulate that. The whole world is so fucking unconscious. The evil people know. The evil people take advantage of it. That's why they get rich, because they take advantage through lying to and just feeding bullshit to the unconscious, ignorant, stupid people. That's why Edward Bernays, in his book Propaganda, the first page, the first 2 pages, if you read the first 2 pages and you realize what these people think of you, and oh my God, oh my God, and you just, because nobody ever taught them, and they see you just as average as them, or somehow in their feeble little fucking animal minds see you as lesser than them. Because look at all the shiny stuff they've got. Fucking ridiculous shit. I'm just trying to mock it by laughing that way. I want to be around my own kind. And by that, I mean conscious people. I want to get out of this fucking herd, away from the fucking herd. I'm so tired of dealing with and interacting with the fucking herd. I'm leaps and bounds beyond where the herd is in so many ways, and I can't parlay that into getting the fuck out of the goddamn herd and away from these goddamn vile animals. Wake up, become conscious, and step into becoming a human being. All of a sudden, you're probably no longer a vile animal. I mean, I fit the category of the unconscious bipedal animal. I may have been a vile animal for a period of time, but fuck if something didn't wake me up. And since it's been over 20 plus years, I just have a hard time remembering myself as that, because I've spent so much time looking forward instead of back at the man that I was, that when I realized how traumatized I was through 2 narcissistic parents and the fucking childhood they put me through, I was like, fuck, I'm lucky to be where the fuck I am, consciousness-wise. I could be an awful lot different place. I could be fucking on drugs. I could be fucking just whacked out of my mind, psychotic, because these people did so much horrible shit to me. It would break most fucking people. Somehow, no. And then I decided I would want to parlay that into helping others to heal, and then watch reality open up and try and fucking devour me, in a certain sense. Yeah, make heads or tails of the reality you're in when that shit happens. Yeah. And then no one recognizes you at all, and whatever, okay, fine. I've said it so many times, man, there's no fucking purpose for my being here. I'm not married, I don't have any children. There's nothing really that I want in this world. I want to disconnect from the fucking world and most of the people in it. It's not me, it's them, for fuck's sake. Once you wake up and you're no longer herd mentality, herd consciousness, you're awake kind, you've done all kinds of work that most people have, it's fucking challenging, man. It's fucking challenging interacting with the herd. No, it's not a test. No, I'm tired of dealing with that. I want to be around my own goddamn type of people. And there's so few of us on the earth, and there's damn sure not like a commune or a place where conscious people go. And unfortunately, in that respect, in this world, most of those people are probably going to be a bunch of new age minded fucking, yeah, and that's not what I'm talking about. Those are not conscious people. Those are not conscious people. Those are people that are believing something that, like, think tanks in the CIA thought up and put together, Kissinger and those types, and called it New Age and put it out into the fucking society at large. And we still have women running around this motherfucking world, and men, believing in the principles and concepts and precepts pushed forth through that shit. Just have high vibes, man. Yep. Because that does nothing in the grand whole of a whole world that's not. People are stupid. They really are. They're easily led. That's why we're where we're at. They don't think for themselves. That's why we're where we're at. All these quote-unquote criticisms or assessments that I point out about the herd, about the masses, it has nothing to do with me thinking this for well, let me rephrase that. The reason that I draw these conclusions is the external obviousness of the condition of people, the lack of action of people, the corruption of the government, the condition of people, the lack of action, the condition of the government, the lack of The corruption in the, it's all, it's cyclic. It's a circular thing because people are either stupid or evil. That's that whole herd. And the evil people are hurting the stupid people, and those of us that are fucking awake and conscious are the worst motherfuckers in some cases that have to suffer the worst. Because there's no fucking out for us. It's fucking, it sucks. And with humans being such willfully malicious, malignant, conniving, deceiving, deceptive, fucking pieces of shit to each other, good luck connecting. Good luck finding a good human being. If you can, they may be so goddamn traumatized, you'll play hell building trust with them. So it's like, what the fuck is the point of this? I want to find what put me here and question it. But the motherfucker remains elusive. These maggots that do these to us. And see, the sad thing is they're generally never held to account because most of these fucking maggots, like, how do I say this? Everybody's so goddamn unconscious. Whoever questions them at this level? Phew. So, I'm an anomalous fucking meat sack here. I can guarantee you that. If there was a way to get through, I wouldn't feel so bad. I wouldn't feel the way I do. Because you could see, but where do you go where there are hungry minds, fertile minds? Where do you go where there are groups of people that want to learn, that recognize their own ignorance and can get their ego out of the way long enough to consume information, even if it defies their belief systems, knowing that it's just information that they then have to process and disseminate themselves. And during that process, if it defies what you believe and the belief is stronger, then you'll just spit that shit out. But this whole emotional trigger thing that causes responses, reactions, it does not compute, Will Robinson. I don't fucking get it. Well, when you start seeing behaviors out of human beings that fit the category of I don't get it, I don't get it, I don't get it. This is because spread throughout our goddamn societies are neurodivergence over the last 30 years. And that's why we're seeing this. Because they've been spread out through our societies and they behave in vastly different ways. They process and reason in vastly different ways. And now they're intermixed in our societies as adults. And then they themselves are having children. Oh yeah, this is going to be fun for awake and conscious people. Yeah, this is going to be a real fucking carnival show. Think about what I just said. I mean, when you start looking at the statistics of those spectrums, that autistic spectrum, and these people going out into the workforce, these people going out into the world, these people are adults now in their 30s, above, and you don't see that in them until you fucking interact with them. And it's so this is what I'm getting at. It's most likely, that's why the world doesn't make sense to someone like me. That's logical, reasonable, rational, conscious, awake. When I start pointing all this shit out about the herd, and then they realize and maybe it's triggering a bunch of fucking people just like that. The fact that the stuff that I've put out has not spread, the fact that most of my subscriber base hasn't watched those videos all the way through, it just blows my fucking mind. What kind of fucking animals are you? And human animals, it's like seriously, what the fuck? It makes no sense. I don't get it. I'm almost to a degree infuriated now looking back at the amount of effort that I've put forth. And I'm going to say in the 90th plus percentile has been casting pearls to swine. I see people and it's just an example, Richie from Boston, the dude's got lots of subscribers, and he goes out and they welcome him, they love him, they let him stay at their places, and all this stuff, and good for him. I really do. I mean that. Good for that guy. But I just sit here stunned that that's not the way it's worked for me, and it never will. I tell too much truth that triggers fucking evil people into aggressiveness against me, on the internet anyway. You wouldn't do that to my fucking face, or you'd suffer a consequence for it, that's for sure. It's never fails that when I'm recording in some way, my phone goes off. It's crazy, man. I'm not kidding you. Anyway, I just felt a little rant in me today. I want to have a positive outlook more than you know, but being awake and conscious and knowing what I do, and these are huge distinctions that the unconscious herd animals won't make, or they'll be triggered by the implications that they're not awake and conscious. That's a crazy fucking thing. So when you tell them that they're this, then their pride and ego gets bruised and it becomes a fight and an argument, and then the whole concept of arguing with ignorance, and it pulls you down to its level. It's like, they're too stupid to even recognize. And when I say recognize me, just as somebody with knowledge, as wisdom, with fucking understanding of the bigger picture, nope, people don't do that. People don't recognize that. And it's like, what the fuck, man? I just saw myself as an average human being. I really did. Maybe below average, maybe tried to be average. I don't know. In certain areas I was above, but basically just your average fucking smuck. And when I compare the world, it's just like, damn. So I'm thinking to myself, that must mean I'm looking at a world that's just been so filled with neurodivergence in the last 30 years. I really have to kind of put that together and so do a lot of other people. That might be a big play when you start looking at how weaponizable these people can be. Colleges, schools, Antifa, trans, all that stuff. It's full of these people. And it's crazy. It's utterly fucking crazy to me that this is what this is. So it's like an episode of The Twilight Zone. It's like waking up in somebody else's nightmare. Because when you can mark off all of this shit, and then you're living amongst a species that's so goddamn unconscious and ignorant, doesn't know this about themselves. When you point it out, they get hurt, and then they don't like you or angry at you. It's just like, what the fuck? This is a zero-sum game for awakened, conscious people that are that stuck with the herd. At least in like India, I guess you can go to the top of a fucking mountain or something. But whatever, I don't know. I think being awake makes you hate this world. And you know what's strange is I don't get people to engage me on the internet that aren't trolls or strangely enough on YouTube, the rejects from that other channel. I don't understand that. I don't even fucking understand that. I don't fucking get that. Nobody wants to offer up any fucking information. I've been given so much fucking information out to you people. Then I say, and nobody, no, so I start looking at all this shit, and it's like, none of you motherfuckers are really my friends or my allies. I've been casting pearls to swine for 7, 8 solid years. I might have had some friends and allies with my Humanity is Lost channel, but that was taken down by YouTube. Yet again, that's what these fucking kikes do. This is what these motherfuckers do. Yes, it is. You say that in the wrong presence, people get offended, they get butthurt, they call you racist, they don't understand, they're not awake, and the whole world is full of them. They become your fucking enemy. Isn't that fucking crazy that the goddamn unconscious bipedal fucking herd animals in the right situation can most certainly become your fucking enemy and quote unquote rise up against you or conglomerate against you or shit like that. It's crazy. And they've showed scenes in movies that depict this type of fucking shit. And it's like, you know, you never expect to suffer a consequence for being a good person. No good deed goes unpunished now, does it? You'd never expect a consequence for becoming conscious, for doing consciousness work, thinking that that's what you do. But you're going to get to a certain level where you realize, and when you start looking around, you're by your motherfucking self. There ain't too many people at your fucking level. And that sucks. That sucks because now you're at a level where even the people below you don't recognize you as because everybody's got this fucking belief in their goddamn benevolent goddamn God. And that is, I think, one of the biggest fucking ridiculous things of human beings. Clearly something engineered us. Yeah, and made that whole thing happen. But the God thing comes from the whole religious thing. And beyond that, before religion, then it was just superstition with the moon spirit and the fucking spirit of the wind. And just dumb shit nobody can quantify. Clearly something's manipulating human beings, and we don't have the senses for all of that, so that's a zero-sum fucking game. You can be triggered by emotions unless you're like a master of yourself in a lot of respects. And a lot of that stuff where you're triggered, because You're dealing with such fucking dumb, unconscious, bipedal herd animals that are unconscious, unaware. They don't have self-awareness, and the shit that they'll do to other people is fucking ridiculous. And then we're in a goddamn society where if you take these people to task, knock their blocks off or whatever you have to, then you go to jail, then you go to prison because you live amongst a bunch of dumb fucking herd animals that sometimes need to be treated like dumb fucking herd animals. So, and then the society is set up where the cops will come and arrest you and, oh, he was mean to me, whatever. It's just so fucking sick. It's like waking up in a goddamn episode of the fucking Twilight Zone or being in some fucking horrible version of the Truman Show. A horrible version of the Truman Show. And I've had those thoughts multiple times because I've done all this stuff for nothing, like you would in a Truman Show. And then I watch the people who are clear deceivers rise and get quote-unquote notoriety and those types of things to whatever degree that they do. Hey, that's what the masses do. That's what the masses feed on. That's the level of consciousness, knowledge, awareness. I'm sorry, I woke up 22 years ago and I thought it was my duty as a human being to educate myself and not be a stupid person because I was kind of a stupid person. I had no idea that I would get to a level where I'd look back and everybody else was the fucking stupid person. And all I was doing was just trying to make myself better because I thought I was born at a deficit because my parents were horrible and didn't teach me shit and abused the fuck out of me. What a fucking strange way for the world to respond. When you have the eyes to see things about people, the human condition, whether it's an individual or the masses, and you tell them, they'll never really like you for it, even if it's true. And if you do tell them and they don't dislike you for it, it's because you somehow packaged it in something sweet so that their fucking egos could handle it, rather than just being mature grown-ups that recognize, no. And short of some divine cracking everybody the fuck open, tearing all the veils off of people's eyes, you know, there's no way any of that's going to be real, because without the foundations of knowledge that are necessary for conscious people to then have a foundation to stand on, to understand things at levels that their beliefs did not grant them an understanding of. Well, see, that's a whole nother level when you point out the ignorance of people that are ruled by beliefs that have never actually taken the time to educate themselves. It ties into being the smartest guy in the room. You show people that, intentionally or unintentionally, you're going to find that a lot of the people in that room all of a sudden dislike you because they can tell that you're smarter than they are and you make them look bad or stupid or whatever the fuck their minds can cognize. And, then all of a sudden, you're the quote-unquote smart person that was just trying to be part of the group and share knowledge becomes the know-it-all, and the egos get triggered and the pride gets hit. No, in fact, I'm just like, are you kidding me? I've seen it, I've experienced it, I've witnessed it, I've watched it. I've seen it out of dudes, I've seen it out of women, and then all of a sudden, then these people start plotting, fucking scheming against you, because in their little feeble minds, you think you're above them, so they gotta tear you the fuck down. And it's like, no, I just did this work to get where I'm at. I'm sorry if you're in an abysmal condition and you feel so fucking inferior. You gotta do the work to get yourself out of that shape. But nope, these dumb, unconscious bipedal herd animals, well, they're completely content being on the hamster wheel of get up, go to work, pay your bills, pay your taxes, raise your kids, be a good husband, be a good wife, be a good mom, be a good dad, get up, go to work, pay your bills, pay your taxes, raise your kids, be a good husband, be a good wife, be a good mom, be a good dad, get up, go to work, pay your bills, pay your taxes, raise your kids. It's that fucking cycle. And who's got time for any of that goddamn pesky consciousness work, any of that inner work, any of that fucking education that'll take the dumb, ignorant bipedal herd animal from the unbegun into, well, something more awakened and respectable that desires to no longer be the profane. Anyway, I sound like such a judgmental prick. You just got to understand the eyes of the Aquarian and the mind of the Aquarian, especially at my age. I'm not some young 20-year-old that's arrogantly saying this. After 54 years of fucking life and looking at this and all the fucking last 10 years and grinding on the human condition, I'm just like, why'd you force me into that? Well, apparently something wanted me to figure all this out and put it in your fucking faces. It would be nice to know that I was being used as an instrument like that, because we're at a time where it's time for humans to shit or get off the pot. You become normal good human beings, or the animal man gets wiped the fuck out and the good ones get left behind to actually grow and evolve. That would be nice. It would be nice to know that I was the barometer for the detection of that, because it's about time for the cancer of the human species to be cut the fuck out. It would be nice, but no. Unfortunately, we're going to have to do all that ourselves, and it'll be a bloodbath. And it'll change everyone that's involved in doing it. It'll change our world profoundly for the negative. And then we'll have to recover from that condition, just simply fighting for our sovereignty, our autonomy, and not being fucking completely enslaved, whether it's fucking ridiculous. And that makes it sound like you're just such a nihilist, man. No, that's what awakened, knowledgeable, conscious fucking people see. These goddamn sleeping sheeple people who are belief-based bipedals. I'm going to high vibe. I'm just going to give that good intention. Think that somehow that's going to change our life or the fucking world. No, we're still on the trajectory because everybody's so fucking unconscious. And you add into that a lack of knowledge of truly what's going on, the agendas, what they're doing, and add to that a lack of knowledge of how to stop these bastards. I don't think any of us have that. From the most awake, well, there's a few ideas I've put forth. And strangely enough, that hasn't taken root. Nobody else that's conscious, if there is anybody out there at that level, has sought to engage me. Why? Why? I find it interesting. It's just a point of observation that guys like Passio get so much goddamn play, and people wanting to interview him and this, that. Okay, all right, and okay. And I don't get any of that. And it's not like I'm crying like a whiny little bitch. But I do see that as a thing. And when I consider what it is that I've put out, I'm just like, holy shit, they're dumber than I thought they were. They really are. They're dumber than I thought they were. Or they're more unconscious than I thought they were. When you got this across the world, and below us is the second world and the third world, humans, this definitely was an experiment. It really was. It would really be nice to know more, but clearly that which did this to us doesn't want us to know. When you realize that you don't have the senses to perceive the incorporeal, it didn't want you to know. When you don't have the fucking faculties built right into you to manage your complex psychology, that's what humans have, complex psychology. And the subconscious mind would be one of those things where significant attention would need to be paid to in a world like this, considering what happens to humans, what happens to children, and the way trauma gets stored in the subconscious mind and repressed and festers like a bag of rotting flesh, or rots like a bag of flesh, something like that. You'd think it would make sense that we would be given that basic level of stuff to manage ourselves at a genetic level, but we weren't. You don't get the parenting code to ensure that the devolution and degradation doesn't affect how they raise their kids. And we can clearly see that that pattern is very much there. Not very much, it's absolutely fucking there. So when you start looking at our engineering and creation, it starts to point to a lot of really fucked up shit. Combine into all of that the level of evil that has always been here. What eventuality did whatever created all this and put us in here really expect this was going to yield? Clearly, it's like a petri dish, because there was the dinosaurs that got wiped out and created. There's been a few. Then there was like the Cro-Magnon, and they're all gone, and it's us. There's been a few iterations where you can see there's been versions of life in the petri dish called Earth that have been wiped the fuck out. Whatever created it all tried. It lasted for, well, maybe it lasted for millions of years, hundreds of millions of years, and then it wiped it out and it created something else. Boom, now we got the little monkey men, and then it wiped all that out, and now boom, we got the little Cro-Magnon. It wiped all that out, and now we got these little humans, these sapien, or whatever the fuck we are. It's like something's experiment. It really is. It's like a petri dish. And when you start looking at the goddamn variations of the human being, oh my fuck me, Agnes, it's like, this whole thing is offensive. At levels that just saying it's offensive with being, oh my fuck me, Agnes, it's like, being, oh my fuck me, Agnes, it's like, this whole thing is offensive. At levels that just saying it's offensive would never truly convey. And again, it sounds nihilistic. But it's the truth that waits for people who are awake and seeking truth to find. That's what I've got.
This world is not what you think it is. This world is not what you think it is. This world is not what you think it is. This world is not what you think it is.
Hello, everyone. Hello. I've been live now for 4 hours, 45 minutes. I'm going to end the stream here and say goodnight. Mad love and strength to all good, true spirits. To all spirits that love truth. Take care. I will see you again soon. Bye for now. Be magical. Don't be of this world. This world is fucking demonic, evil, and corrupt.
Demons.
Roasting cockroaches on an open fire. The skies filled with crows soaring higher and higher. My ravens stand watchful on guard in a realm filled with dirty liars. I love my ravens and crows. I love my people. I love my people. I love my people. Ravens and crows. Ravens and crows. Zombies and demons. We expose. We expose. Expose them. Roasting cockroaches on an open fire. The skies filled with crows soaring higher and higher. My ravens stand watchful on guard in a realm filled with dirty liars. I love my ravens and crows. I love my people. I love my people. I love my people. Ravens and crows. Ravens and crows. With zombies and demons. We dispose. We dispose. Dispose of them.